Torque Radio every night on SiriusXM Channel 89 and every morning on the SiriusXM app.
This is Dave LaGreca, creator of the biggest pro wrestling show on the planet, Busted Open. Don't miss myself and my Hall of Fame cast and crew as we break down every story in and out of the ring and talk to the top names in the business, like the legend himself, The Undertaker.
I'm actually glad to be on a real show.
Catch Busted Open live every day from 9 to noon Eastern on SiriusXM Fight Nation, channel 156, and on the SiriusXM app.
If you love golf, then you should never turn off PGA Tour Radio. Hear from the biggest names in the sport.
Champion golfer of the year is Xander Schauffele.
I think best round of golf ever in my life.
Listen to special shows from people who love the game, like rock and roll legend Alice Cooper.
There's a putt, must be 90 feet long, and you make that putt.
And get help with your own game.
You'll get through your iron shots and have predictable distance.
It's all golf, all the time, on PGA Tour Radio, channel 92 in the car, and on the SiriusXM app.
This is John Paul Morosi. On the new SiriusXM original podcast, The Road to Cooperstown, I sit down with Hall of Famer Joe Mauer.
Well, it's probably the second or third concussion in a short period of time that I received. Looking back, you wish you maybe would have done things a little differently.
The Road to Cooperstown airs Saturday at 9 a.m. Eastern on MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM 89, and the all-new SiriusXM app. New episodes drop every Tuesday wherever you get your podcasts. I'm John Paul Morosi, host of the SiriusXM original podcast, The Road to Cooperstown. Each week, I talk with the Baseball Hall of Famer about the challenges they overcame to become an all-time great.
It is a hard game, and mentally it's hard.
My legs started shaking.
They pretty much knew I was going to have lung surgery after the season. I wasn't for sure. Would I ever play baseball again?
The Road to Cooperstown is the official podcast of the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum. Episodes are available now on the all-new SiriusXM app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The UEFA Champions League is back on SiriusXM FC, and this year it's bigger than ever.
Absolutely ridiculous from Real Madrid. Merseyside magic from Mo Salah.
Now with more matches featuring soccer's most iconic clubs as they battle it out for European supremacy.
What a start for Inter! Haaland scores the hat-trick!
From the league phase to the final, the Champions League is on SiriusXM FC 157 and the all-new SiriusXM app.
Fantasy football players, from start-sit decisions to waiver wire advice. Win your fantasy football league with Fantasy Sports Radio, channel 87, and on the SiriusXM app.
Right field, way back, way gone!
Is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Low rounding and heading for second, the throw! In time!
On the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The last series of the season, game 160 is upon us as the Blue Jays finish off the 2024 campaign with an interleague matchup. The Miami Marlins are in town for 3 games to complete the schedule. Hi, everyone. I appreciate you joining us tonight. I'm Ben Schulman, alongside former Marlin and Mississauga native Chris LaRue. Show Ali is our host and producer, and our technical directors are Tom Young and Andrew Adams. Toronto Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Elmsdale and Port Dufferin, Nova Scotia. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at crown.com, Canada's #1 rust protection. Jose Berrios takes the hill for the final time tonight. The Blue Jays' most consistent starter this year has been on another level over the last 2 months and tries to end the season in style. Adam Oller is on the other side, starting for the Marlins, the last-place team in the National League. This series kicks off next. You're listening to Blue Jays baseball, streaming on the Sportsnet app at sportsnet.ca and across the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center, a solid neighbor to call upon when you've got a job to do. Your dependable home improvement store that offers the added value of Air Miles reward miles with every purchase of $15 or more. Visit timbermart.ca.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Beat the rush. Protect your vehicle with Canada's #1 rust protection today. Find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
It's time to celebrate you with the Party at the Ballpark. On Friday, September 27th, dial up your fall wardrobe with the Blue Jays Fanal Giveaway presented by TD.
They go back-to-back in the bottom of the ninth. How much fun was that? It is loud here at Rogers Center, and 40,000 are chanting his name.
Get ready for good vibes and a chance to win great prizes.
What a weekend with the Blue Jays.
Fan Appreciation Weekend, presented by TD, September 27th, 28th, and 29th. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's Building Centre. Visit timbermart.ca.
In a season already plagued with injuries and underachievers, your fantasy football team is faced with yet another obstacle.
The bye weeks are coming! The bye weeks are coming!
When your star player takes a week off, listen to SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio for winning fantasy football advice.
You got to work the waiver wire. You got to make trades. The draft is just a piece of the puzzle.
Our experts tell you who to play in this time of need.
Now the work really starts.
Your frontline source for fantasy football. Channel 87 and on the SiriusXM app. SiriusXM NFL Radio is your home for the National Football League all year long on Channel 88 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Work. What would you say to Blue Jays fans right now who are getting ready for this weekend and trying to make sense of this year and, frankly, look ahead to 2025?
For one, I would say thank you for the support, in terms of how they're coming out to the stadium and supporting us and having our back in a very trying and year that we didn't think was going to unfold this way. So going forward, I think that everyone throughout the organization is going to say that our goal is to win next year. We are fortunate to have that ability to add players, to make changes, players that we acquired at the deadline that are in the minors that are going to help us. We've been talking as a group, as a staff, how we can get better with the people that are here, that are going to continue to be here. And we're talking about, potential additions that are going to come help us next year.
That was Blue Jays manager John Schneider on Blair and Barker earlier today, talking about the upcoming offseason, but there's still 3 games to go. Blue Jays and Marlins playing in the final series of the 2024 season. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue, and John Schneider did say today that while a lot of people are starting to look toward next year, he is still absolutely focused and trying to make sure that the team is too on going out and playing hard and finishing the season in a way that the Blue Jays can be happy with.
Well, I think the interesting thing about this team, and yes, they're out of it. Yes, they've been out of it for quite some time, but it's still a fun team to watch. There's a lot of interesting pieces that you'll see on the field tonight, that are in the dugout, in the bullpen. John Schneider's right. There's a lot on the line. There's a lot of guys fighting for jobs. There's a lot of guys fighting for those jobs in 2025, even invites to spring training. You look at a guy like Ryan Burr. You look at a guy like Tommy Nance, really fighting for that roster spot in 2025. And then you got Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and Jose Berrios.
Jose Berrios and the Blue Jays jogging out onto the diamond right now. Before we get into this one, let's take a look at the Bet365 standings. Download the Bet365 app for today's baseball odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus. Play responsibly. Ontario only. The Blue Jays are 74-85, 19 back of the division and 11 back of the final wild card spot. The Miami Marlins 59-100 on the season, 35 games back of the Philadelphia Phillies and 29 games back of the wild card. They are the last place team, just behind the Rockies in the National League. Marlins are managed by recent players, Skip Schumacher. And Chris, who's in his lineup today?
I love Skip Schumacher as a player, but in that lineup for the Miami Marlins, leading off is Xavier Edwards. He'll be at shortstop. At third base, batting second is Connor Normey. Batting third is Jake Berger. He'll be DHing tonight. In the cleanup spot is Jesus Sanchez. He'll be in right field. At first base is Jonah Bride. He'll bat fifth. Batting sixth is Griffin Conine. He'll be in left field. Batting seventh is Canadian Otto Lopez. He'll be at second base. In center field is Kyle Stowers. He'll bat eighth. And batting ninth is Nick Fortes. He'll be behind the plate. On the mound is righty Adam Aller. For the Toronto Blue Jays, leading off and playing right field is George Springer. Batting second is Nathan Lucas. He'll be in left field. At First base, batting third, is Vladimir Guerrero Jr. In the cleanup spot is Spencer Horwitz. He'll be DHing. Behind the plate, batting fifth, is Alejandro Kirk. Batting sixth is Addison Barger. He'll play third base. At shortstop, batting seventh, is Ernie Clement. Batting eighth is Jonathan Clase. He'll be in center field. And at second base, batting ninth, is Leo Jimenez. On the mound is righty Jose Berrios.
For Berrios, it's his 32nd start of the year, 16-10, with a .338 earned run average, 149 strikeouts to 51 walks in 189 and a third innings. Berrios drawing on the back of the dugout, of the mound, before he steps up to the top of the hill and gets ready to go. Blue Jays are in their home white jerseys and pants, and the Marlins are in black jerseys, gray pants. Leadoff hitter for the Marlins, Xavier Edwards, the shortstop, the switch hitter, batting left. Berrios sets, kicks, fires, and the first pitch is a called strike. Time of the first pitch today, 7:08 Eastern. The roof is open at Rogers Center. Sun is setting. It's 18 degrees and partly cloudy. 0-1. Fastball just outside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
And how about that velo? 94 with that fastball. Start number 32 for Jose Berrios.
For Berrios, it's now his 6th straight full season that he makes 32 or more starts. 1-1. Swing and a liner foul right side, 1-2. Although Berrios typically is referred to as a Mr. Consistent, you know what you're going to get. This year actually might be the best season of Jose Berrios' career. 1-2. Outside, 2-2. His .338 ERA currently sits as the best in his major league career. Next best would be his .352 in 2021 when he was traded to the Blue Jays. 2-2. Check swing, pitch down and in, appeal down to third, and he went around. Strike 3. Edwards can't believe it. He still hasn't left home plate, but he's been rung up. And he's going to have to turn around and walk away, 1 down.
Well, I'm excited to see the slow motion side view. Xavier Edwards is still not really going back to the dugout. There he goes now, walking slowly back. But, I mean, it was close, but I think he went.
1 out, and now a right-handed hitter, Connor Norbia. Berrios' pitch hit foul deep down the right field line, 0-1. Just mentioning career year, also for Berrios, 16 wins this season is a career high. Never had more than 14 before this year. He rocks back and deals. Swing and a liner down in right field, a base hit.
I think the most incredible thing about Jose Berrios' season, when you look at the numbers, when you look back at everything he's done, is he had a 6.08 ERA in July. He was bad for about 5 starts, but he was almost near perfect the rest of the season.
He has been the most consistent starter for the Blue Jays this year, one of the most consistent starters in baseball over the last 7-8 seasons, and he goes for win number 100 tonight in his career. Just gave up a single to the former Oriole, Connor Norby, who leads off first. And the DH, Jake Berger, is up. The pitch. Down and away, ball 1. Balls and strikes tonight being done by Ryan Additon. First base umpire is David Arrieta. Gabe Morales at second base, and crew chief Chris Guccione at third. Right on right, the 1-0. Berger takes it low, ball 2. Berger's a big, burly right-handed hitter. Rocking back and forth, looking out at Berrios. Points the bat up to the sky, the 2-0. In the dirt, ball 3, bounce the slurve.
I think Jake Berger is exactly how you'd picture him. You hear his name and you think what he is, and you look at him and you're like, yeah, that's the guy.
Berger, he's got a beard and a mustache.
He's a big dude.
29 home runs on the season. Leading home run hitter for this Marlins team. 3-0. Swing and a high fly ball right center field. Springer and Clase converging, and Clase, the rookie center fielder, makes the call and the catch. 2 down.
Well, that was a perfect pitch on a 3-0 count. You don't want to throw him something right over the heart of the plate. He's a guy with a lot of power, 29 home runs, like Ben said. and that pitch was located perfectly on the black outside at 94 miles an hour.
Berrios flips away the baseball after that out. He's actually changed his baseball out 3 or 4 times already. Dealing with a runner on first, 2 down and no score in the top of the first inning. Left-handed hitter Jesus Sanchez is up. Right fielder for the Marlins, and the pitch. Swing and a line drive right center field. Springer on the run, it bounces and rolls into the wall. Norby getting the wave around third. Relay is cut off, and the Marlins jump out to a 1-0 lead on the RBI double by Jesus Sanchez.
That was a really good job by Jesus Sanchez jumping on that fastball. Jose Berrios, you could tell he was just trying to get ahead, throwing something down the middle, and Jesus Sanchez ripped it into the gap, 113 miles an hour off the bat.
Sanchez is a bit of a StatCast darling. He will put up some pretty crazy home run distances and exit velocity numbers. He's had a good season, hasn't totally put it all together to become an elite power hitter yet. Big swing there, though, and the Marlins up 1-0. Jonah Bride up to the plate now. Right on right, Berrios' pitch. Strike one. We're here in the first inning, which is brought to you by Armstrong Bird Food. Bring nature to your backyard with Armstrong, feeding Blue Jays since 1986. Visit ArmstrongBirdFood.com. A look at second by Berrios in the 0-1. Fastball just outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Credit to the Marlins for getting going early in this game, up 1-0 in the top of the first. They had a 13-inning affair with the Twins yesterday, got in here today at 5 in the morning. 1-1 pitch, called strike 1 and 2. Bride, the first baseman, bats in an open stance from the right side. Looking out at Berrios. With 2 outs, the 1-2. Swing and a fly ball deep left. Lucas tracking back on the warning track at the wall. It's out of here. 2-run homer for Jonah Bride, his 10th home run of the season, and the Marlins are blitzing the Blue Jays. It's 3-0 in the first.
Well, Jonah Bride went down and got that slurve from Jose Berrios. We really haven't seen a spinning slurve from Jose Berrios in quite some time. That thing has had a ton of depth, a ton of movement on it, and that one right there just a little bit backed up, and Bride jumped all over it and hammered it into that bullpen in left field.
RBIs number 34 and 35 for Jonah Bride. And a little bit of murmur in the crowd as Griffin Conine steps up and hits it back foul 0-1.
There's something to a team getting in late, having a little bit of a show and go, no batting practice, no real on-field work during the day, and they come out and absolutely rake.
0-1. Check swing, pitch up and in. He didn't go. 1-1. It's kind of like the opposite of what you would think, but maybe it's like, when you throw your best bullpen, sometimes you have your worst appearance, or some days you don't have it in the bullpen and you come out and shove. 1-1. Swing and a foul off, 1-2.
Did you ever play basketball?
Not well, but I did.
When I was playing basketball as a kid, I remember during warm-ups, if I was just draining threes, hitting everything, I knew I was going to have a bad game. I absolutely knew it.
2 down, bases empty. The 1-2 to Conine. Inside, ball 2. Is it almost like a pressure-free thing to a certain extent when you get in at 5?
Yeah.
You're kind of expecting not to play well, and you go
low expectations, man. The bar is low.
2-2. Swing and a chopper right side. Ranging to his left, Leo Jimenez, the second baseman, picks it up and throws to first to end the inning. Marlins, though, all over Berrios in the top of the first inning. 3-0. Miami leads on the back of the Sanchez RBI double and the Jonah Bride 2-run homer. George Springer, Nathan Lucas, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. hit next. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Beat the rush. Protect your vehicle with Canada's #1 rust protection today. Find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
It's time to celebrate you with the Party at the Ballpark. On Friday, September 27th, dial up your fall wardrobe with the Blue Jays Panel Giveaway presented by TD.
They go back-to-back in the bottom of the ninth. How much fun was that? It is loud here at Rogers Center, and 40,000 are chanting his name.
Get ready for good vibes and a chance to win great prizes.
What a weekend for the Blue Jays.
Fan Appreciation Weekend, presented by TD, September 27th, 28th, and 29th. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Vladdy with a huge stretch for the double play.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
3-0 Marlins. Bottom of the first inning in Toronto. George Springer leading off. Adam Aller's first pitch is a breaking ball to Slurve for strike one. Welcome to the Timbermart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman. To my left is Chris LaRue. Blue Jays batting for the first time. Right-hander Aller winds, kicks, and offers, and Springer hits it down the right field line, slicing foul. 0-2.
Well, Adam Aller definitely studied the scouting report, I can tell you that. Flipping in that breaking ball first pitch to George Springer, he knows that Springer loves to ambush, loves to hit first pitch of the ballgame home runs.
Springer second all-time in Blue Jays leadoff home runs. Checks his swing on an 0-2 breaking ball. It missed down and away, and on appeal, no swing. 1-2. For the righty Aller, it's his 8th start of the year. 1-4 with a 5.06 ERA. 1-2. High, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Righty Aller last pitched on the 21st against the Braves. Had a good start, 5 2/3, 2 earned runs. Next pitch to Springer is hit high in the air, right center field. Stowers, the center fielder, moves into the gap, calls for it, and makes the catch. 1 out.
Well, George Springer just missed that slurve from Aller. It was kind of hung, a little bit of a spinner over the middle of the plate. He was a little bit out in front, hit that thing off the end of the bat. I thought that might have been gone off the bat, but just missed it.
Springer, one of a few guys who had faced Aller coming into this game previously. Aller spent parts of each of the last 2 years with Oakland. 1 out, Nathan Lucas is up. And the pitch. Down and in, ball 1. The mix for Aller, the 29-year-old righty, is a 4-seamer in the mid-90s, a slurve, a curve, and a changeup. 1-0. Called strike, freezes Lucas there with the change, 1-1.
Aller's a pretty big dude, 6'4", 225 pounds.
From Conroe, Texas, 1-1, outside 2-1. Originally a 20th rounder by the Pirates out of Northwestern State University of Louisiana, was released by the Pirates after 2018. 2-1. Foul tip, big hack by Lucas, maybe the largest we've seen in this major league season. It's 2-2. Aller, after the Pirates released, actually pitched a little bit of indie ball, bounced around from the Giants system to the Mets system. 2-2. Fouled off, still 2-2. He's got a connection to a Blue Jay. When he was a Met, he was traded to the Oakland A's with JT Ginn, and the other way went Chris Bassett. Two again. Swing and a liner, sinking in left field. That's down for a base hit. Gloved by Conine on a hop. Single for Nathan Lucas. The Blue Jays have a base runner on as they try to work back from this 3-0 deficit in the first.
Well, earlier on in the at-bat, you could tell that he was trying to hit that elusive first major league home run. But later on in the at-bat, with 2 strikes, the approach changes, and he kind of just flipped that thing into left field. He's such a good hitter.
So Lucas on first and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. at the plate. Aller from the stretch, the pitch. Vladdy takes a breaking ball. Called high, ball 1. Looked pretty good. Guerrero enters the final series of the season, a .325 hitter, 30 homers and 102 RBIs. 1-0. Swing and a bouncing ball up the middle into center field, a base hit. Up to second goes Lucas. Guerrero stops at first with his first hit of the day and 198th of the season, tying now 1986 George Bell for the 6th most in a season in Blue Jays history.
Well, if you're going to get 200 hits, that's how you do it. You just rip baseballs back up the middle. That pitch was right down the middle. Didn't try to do too much with it. Just hammered it right back up the middle. Nice little swing from Vlad.
So 2 aboard for Toronto, only 1 out, and the DH Spencer Horwitz bats from the left side. Aller with a look at second and the offering. Called strike, 0-1. Marlins infield shifted to the pull side for the left-handed hitter. Edwards, the shortstop, keeping Lucas close to second. 0-1. Horwitz swings and hits it high in the air, shallow left field. Griffin Conine near the foul line makes the catch. 2 outs.
I tell you what, Adam Aller's got some pretty good stuff. He's got a pretty good fastball, mid-90s. The slurve has a lot of movement on it, but I'm most impressed with that curveball. He just threw that curveball to Spencer Horwitz, and you could tell by the awkward swing that there's something there. You look at his numbers, 1-4 with a 5 ERA and 7 games started. That doesn't really tell the whole picture. I think he's a guy that can potentially put it all together.
And he's shown some flashes this season as Aller sets now first and second, 2 outs, and deals to Alejandro Kirk. Swing and a miss, strike 1. You go back to August 30th at San Francisco. Aller goes 6 innings, 2 hits, no earned runs, and he struck out 8. Oh, 1. Inside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Lucas leading off second base. Guerrero way off first base because Jonah Bride, the first baseman, is playing significantly off the foul line, so Vlad can kind of lead as far away from the bag as Jonah Bride's going to go. Bride's almost halfway between first and second.
They're actually playing Alejandro Kirk perfectly. That's where Alejandro Kirk has hit the ball quite often.
1-1 pitch is chopped foul just behind the third base coach, Mark Budzinski, 1-2.
We've seen him go through that hole on the right side of the infield really, kind of a lot recently. He's really trying to go the other way.
It's helped Kirk to a 17-game hit streak, tied for the longest active in Major League Baseball. He's batted .310 over that streak. 1-2. Outside, 2 balls, 2 strikes. 3-0 Marlins, 2 outs, bottom of the first. Guerrero on first and Lucas on second. They both singled. Righty Aller is set third base side of the rubber. And now his 20th pitch of the inning. Swing and a foul off. Kirk was a little late, but he just shot that ball into the netting behind home plate. A fastball at the knees.
Yeah, you could tell he was caught off guard by the location, by the speed of that pitch, but such a good 2-strike approach, just trying to foul that thing off.
Two again. Swing and a ground ball snared on the mound by the pitcher Aller. He'll jog to first and underhand flip to end the inning. No runs for the Blue Jays on 2 hits, no errors and 2 left. 3-0 Marlins after an inning. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hey, I'm Eric Church. I'm taking you inside my very own Nashville high spot, Chiefs on Broadway, for a one-of-a-kind full band live performance. This will be the first time you can hear me live from Chiefs. Monday at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific, exclusively on my channel, Outsiders Radio. Listen at home on Alexa, Google Home, smart TVs, and anywhere on the SiriusXM app.
SiriusXM has everything a college football fan needs.
He's in trouble and down he goes. The ball comes out.
All the big games are on the SiriusXM app.
Down the sidelines midfield, it's a race. Picking them up, putting them down.
Plus, hear daily in-depth analysis on College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
There's not a lot of holes or weaknesses on that football team, and they've got the goods where you want to have the goods for a championship caliber roster.
Our experts get you ready for game day every day on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
If you want to win your fantasy football league, you need to listen to Fantasy Sports Radio. From lineup decisions to daily fantasy to waiver wire advice, injury updates, and so much more.
You cannot afford to drop a running back.
Our experts will help you dominate.
I think there's value there on Austin Eckler in PPR formats.
Set your lineup with Fantasy Sports Radio. Your home for fantasy football all season long. Channel 87 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
In season or out of season, the #1 place for college sports is SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Net Radio Network.
It's the second inning, presented by Bet365. At Bet365, you can watch thousands of live games, build your own bet, and can even make a bet while the game's still being played. 19 plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. 3-0 for the Miami Marlins over the Toronto Blue Jays. First game of the last series of the season. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Show Ali, our host and producer. Andrew Adams and Tom Young, our technical directors. Jose Berrios on the mound for the Blue Jays, and his pitch to Otto Lopez is called strike one. Canadian and former Blue Jay leads off the inning for Miami. Lopez, a right-handed hitter, 25 years old, 0-1. Called strike two. Was with the Blue Jays organization from when he signed out of the Dominican Republic in 2016 all the way up until February of this year. 0-2. Down and in, ball one.
I'll tell you what, he's turned into a pretty good little player. 6 homers, 38 RBIs. The most impressive thing is 20 bags.
First real season in the major leagues. He did play 9 games with the Blue Jays between 2021 and 2022. 1-2 pitch. Check swing on a slurve down and away. Appeal down to third. He didn't go. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
I actually played with Otto in the Pan Am qualifying tournament one year. And I think he was 18 or 19 years old, but I knew back then that he was going to be a pretty good big leaguer.
2-2 pitch hit on a line and down in left field, a base hit. Otto Lopez with a leadoff single, and the Marlins are threatening again in the second after scoring 3 in the first.
And another hanging slurve. Like I said last inning, we really haven't seen hanging slurves, just spinning slurves very often over the last couple of months from Jose Berrios. That one there, a very hittable pitch right down the middle. And Otto Lopez, like he's done so often this season, just smacks it into left field.
Berrios kicking his heels into the rubber, now tries to reset as he faces the center fielder Kyle Stowers, a former Oriole. The pitch. High ball one. Stowers playing in his 50th game of the season, a 187 batter, 7 doubles, 2 triples, and 2 home runs. 1-0. Outside, 2 balls, no strikes.
And like I just mentioned, you do have to be careful with Otto Lopez over there. 20 stolen bases this season in just 115 games.
2-0 pitch. Swing and a foul off to the left, 2-1. Singled. You mentioned playing with him for Canada. I had mentioned that he signed out of the Dominican Republic. He was born in the Dominican Republic, but grew up in the Montreal area, and then went back to the Dominican Republic to sign as an international free agent rather than go through the draft system. Throw over to first now, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. applies the tag, but Lopez is back in safe, and This is going to be one of the rare games, if not the only game, where you get two Canadian-Dominican players, and they're standing right beside each other in Guerrero and Lopez. 2-1. Fouled right back, 2-2.
And Otto Lopez does have a Canadian passport, right?
I'm almost sure. I mean, I haven't asked him personally, but
I'm almost sure of it because I think you have to have a Canadian passport to play for the national team.
And he spent the majority of his childhood in Canada. Lopez leading off first base. Nobody out. 3-0 Marlins, top of the second. Right on left, the pitch to Kyle Stowers. Check swing, pitch down and away, appeal to third. He did not go. It's a full count.
And I do know for sure that he is trilingual. French, English, Spanish.
That's impressive.
Yes, very impressive.
Lopez leading off. Berrios peeks at him, sets, and throws over again. And Lopez again back with a dive. He's checked on him twice now, so if you're Otto Lopez, you might want to get a little bit more aggressive, knowing Berrios is unlikely to throw over a third time.
Well, I imagine that Otto Lopez is going to try to take off here, especially in a 3-2 count.
Berrios kicks. Lopez takes off. The pitch is low ball four, and it won't matter. It's a walk to Kyle Stowers, and more trouble early in this game for Berrios as it's first and second, nobody out for the Marlins.
Yeah, you could tell early on that Jose Berrios is just a little bit erratic with that control. The stuff really isn't all there. Like we talked about the slurve, the fastball velocity isn't really where it has been over the last few weeks. Just 91, 93 miles an hour, but he can lock in here and still have a quality start.
Faces the number 9 hitter, catcher Nick Fortes. A look at second at Lopez. One more peek in the pitch. Fortes squares to bunt, puts it down foul, third base side. Got it off the end of the bat and actually got under it a little bit. It's 0-1. So Skip Schumacher trying to play a little bit of small ball right now. Has his catcher bunting, a .230 hitter with 16 doubles and 4 home runs this season.
And Vlad is way in from first base.
Fortes squares early, and the next one is bunted almost to third, but Guerrero's going to pick it up, turn and throw back to first for the out. Vlad was trying to see if he could get the lead runner, but it was a decent enough bunt with the speed of Lopez. There was no play at third, so Vlad ran toward third, spun back to first, and gets the out. Now second and third for the Marlins.
And even before that pitch was made, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. was running in towards home plate before Fortes squared around to bunt, so you could tell he was really trying to cut that runner off at third base. But like you said, Otto Lopez too quick, and it was a decent bunt.
7th sacrifice of the season for Nick Fortes. Second and third, one out. 3-0 Marlins, and the Blue Jays bring the infield in. Xavier Edwards is up, top of the order hitter. Berrios' pitch. Swing and a fly ball foul left side, 0-1.
And now that you're ahead 0-1 in this count, you're going for a strikeout here. The best thing you can do is strike Edwards out. You don't want him to try to hit the ball on the ground. The infield is in, like we've talked about so many times this season. Once that infield comes in, the averages skyrocket.
Berrios did punch out Edwards in the first. The pitch. Outside, ball one. Xavier Edwards is a really good contact hitter. Playing in now game number 68, Edwards is batting .317. 1-1. Down and away, 2-1.
And he's another guy with a ton of speed on this roster. 31 stolen bases for Edwards this season.
And in just those 68 games, I mean, that's a guy who could steal 50, 60 bases potentially over the course of a year. 2-1. Swing and a ground ball fair down the right field line and bouncing into the corner. In to score Lopez. Stowers right behind him. Edwards tearing around second, headed for third. It's a stand-up 2-run triple, and the Marlins are up 5-0 in the second inning.
Yeah, and that's exactly where you don't want that pitch. If you have runners on second and third and the infield is in, Jose Berrios threw a hittable pitch, a little cutter on the inside part of the plate. If you're trying to strike somebody out there, you either elevate or you go below the strike zone. Edwards just makes contact and just sneaks it down that line for a triple and 2 RBIs.
Third triple of his abbreviated season, and the infield stays in because of it. Connor Norby up the pitch. Strike one. This, to a certain extent, has got to feel like deja vu for Jose Berrios, who went to Miami last year to take on the Marlins and gave up 8 hits and 5 runs in 4 innings. 0-1. Inside, 1 ball, 1 strike. That Berrios start last year was a day the Marlins beat the Blue Jays 11-0 in an opener of the series, although the Blue Jays won the next 2 to take the set. 1-1. Fouled through the legs of the catcher and home plate umpire. I think it tipped Ryan Addison on the way, 1-2. I mean, this was about the last thing we were expecting coming into this game, Chris, with how well Berrios had pitched over the last 2 months.
Oh, man, he's been so good. Just so locked in. And he looks like a guy that doesn't really know where the ball is going. And I don't mean that he's all over the place. He's just throwing a lot of hittable baseballs.
Last time Berrios gave up even 3 earned runs in a start, you got to go back to August 3rd. Blue Jays in New York taking on the Yankees. 1-2. Check swing bouncer foul. Norby accidentally hits that one, and the count stays 1-2. Connor Norby 1 for 1 with a single and a run scored. Traded over from the Orioles at the deadline with Kyle Stowers. Right on right, the 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And a snap throw back to third, but a dive back in safely by Edwards. They do get the second out of the inning on the strikeout. Still a runner on third, and 5-0 for the Marlins.
That's a big pitch right there. A changeup down in the zone. It almost had split finger action to it. Looked like a fastball and then just dropped off the table. A little right on right changeup. I like that.
Berrios trying to get through this inning and get back to the dugout. Blue Jays down 5-0. Jake Berger up the pitch. Fastball right down the middle, 0-1. Xavier Edwards leading off in foul territory. Berrios looks at him, now deals, and the 0-1 is swung on and missed. Got him to chase a change in the dirt, 0-2.
I think he's got something there. He has a really good feel for that changeup right now. He's only thrown a couple of them, but both of them have been very good. A lot of good action on it.
Perhaps a plan B with the slurve not working as well as it could so far in this outing. 0-2. Bounced foul left side.
Well, obviously Jose Berrios is thinking the same thing that you just mentioned. He threw another changeup there, 3 changeups in a row to Berger.
Does he dare go 4?
I go fastball up at the neck. See if he swings through it. 0-2 pitch. You don't want to. You don't want to throw anything in the heart of the plate here.
Berrios set at the belt. Rears back and fires, and it's a bouncing ball back to the mound. Picked up by Berrios. He'll throw to first and end the inning. The Marlins, though, add to their lead. 2 runs on 2 hits. It's the 2-run triple by Edwards that makes it 5-0 Marlins at the middle of the second. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
We're 2 men and a truck. So, you're moving to a new home, and all that's left to do is to call a mover you know you can trust. Well, naturally, you think 2 men and a truck, since you know they have lots of men and lots of trucks. They'll wrap, pack, and move everything you own. With a 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple. For a free in-home estimate, call today. We're 2 men and a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Beat the rush. Protect your vehicle with Canada's #1 rust protection today. Find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
It's time to celebrate you with the Party at the Ballpark. On Friday, September 27th, dial up your fall wardrobe with the Blue Jays Fanal Giveaway presented by TD.
They go back-to-back in the bottom of the ninth. How much fun was that? It is loud here at Rogers Center, and 40,000 are chanting his name.
Get ready for good vibes and a chance to win great prizes.
What a weekend for the Blue Jays.
Fan Appreciation Weekend, presented by TD, September 27th, 28th, and 29th. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
0-2 swing and a miss, strike 3.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom of the second inning, 5-0 Marlins over the Blue Jays. Addison Barger leading off, and he takes a first pitch strike from Adam Oller. 0-1. Welcome back to Rogers Center. I'm Ben Schulman. To my left is Chris LaRue. Game 67 of the year for Addison Barger, and he swings and misses at the next pitch. 0-2. Barger, the third baseman today, bats from the left side. A 200 hitter with 11 doubles and 7 home runs. He faces an 0-2 from Adam Oller. Called strike 3. Perfect backdoor curveball to freeze Barger, and there's one out.
Yeah, and like we talked about last inning, he's got pretty good stuff. He's a guy that can put it all together, but I'm most impressed by that curveball. That one right there, just freezing Addison Barger. Little backdoor action on it, perfectly placed.
First punch out of the start for Adam Oller. The veteran right-hander now looks in at Ernie Clement and deals home. Called strike, 0-1. Matchup of a couple of guys right now who spent some time with the Oakland A's but didn't get much of a shot when they were there in Oakland, as the next pitch misses low, 1-1. And Oller has talked about how he's enjoyed being in the Miami organization, and it's pretty clear that Ernie Clement is having a good time in the Blue Jay organization, playing in game 137 of the year. 1-1. Swing and a grounder, foul, third base side, 1-2. Clement batting .265 on the year, 21 doubles, 11 home runs, and 50 RBIs. 1-2. Swing and a fly ball out to center field. Walking in, Kyle Stowers makes a one-handed catch, and there are 2 quick outs.
Well, I definitely didn't think this was going to be happening. 5-0 in the bottom of the second already. You talked about this a couple of times tonight, but Jose Berrios has been so good. Just so locked in, but I guess he's just not a guy that pitches well against the Miami Marlins.
Third time starting against the Marlins, and this time and the time before it, both of his outings as a Blue Jay have not gone well. Jonathan Clase hitting for Toronto. First pitch from Oller, outside, ball 1. How about the day on Wednesday from Jonathan Clase, putting a big spot, hitting at the top of the order in what was just his 24th Major League game. 1-0. Low 2-0. Clase came up with 2 singles and a walk. A run scored and then another run scored because he hit a 2-run homer in the 7th, his first Major League home run. Switch hitter bats left, 2-0 pitch. High ball 3. It pops out of the glove of Fortes and rolls behind the home plate umpire.
And coincidentally, right before that home run, you were talking about the speed, the power, and the fact that he really just hasn't put it all together yet. Maybe he's on it. He's on the way to putting it all together.
Starting to put together a pretty nice rookie season. .264 batter. 3-0. Called strike. Tried to do a sell job there on a pitch that did clip the inside part of the zone. It's 3-1. As Kevin Barker said 2 days ago on Blue Jays Talk, Clase built like a fire hydrant. Not very tall, but he's pretty built. And now the 3-1 hits the inside edge again. It's a strike, 3-2.
I can't get that visual out of my head now. He looks like a fire hydrant.
Helps that he's got the red arm sleeves and red batting gloves. Steps back in and looks out at Allen. 5-0 Marlins. 2 outs, bases empty. Bottom 2. And the 3-2 pitch is hit in the air, left center field. Stowers on the run, and the ball gets down in left field. Clase around second, and he's going for third. The throw in there in time to get him. Conine and Stowers, the left fielder and center fielder, got crossed up, and it fell in. But the Marlins recover, although the Blue Jays are on the phone right now thinking about a challenge. It was a big gamble for Clase to try to go to third base rather than stick at second, and the Blue Jays will not challenge, so that's going to do it for the inning. We go to the third. The Marlins up 5-0. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
We're 2 men in a truck, the movers who care. You never know when cardiac arrest can happen. That's why each and every one of our trucks carries a life-saving Mikey defibrillator as part of our Mikey on Board program. Whether we're on the highway or in front of your house, we're prepared to help anyone whose heart may skip a beat. The Mikey Network has saved many lives, making Mikey's accessible to the public. And now they're on board our trucks. We're 2 men in a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Beat the rush. Protect your vehicle with Canada's #1 rust protection today. Find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com. At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
George Springer has given the Blue Jays the lead once again.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Third inning in downtown Toronto, and the Marlins out to a 5-0 lead over the Blue Jays in Game 1 of this final series of the season. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Thanks for joining us tonight. Jose Berrios trying to settle in. Starts with Jesus Sanchez this inning, and the first pitch is a called strike, 0-1. Sanchez was the first Marlin to punish Berrios today, had an RBI double to open the scoring with 2 outs in the first. 0-1. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. And it was caused by that issue that's plagued Berrios for a lot of this start early on. He left a breaking ball over the heart of the plate. Next pitch, inside, ball 2.
And you could see even in this at-bat, even the early parts of this inning, just not hitting his spots. You can see Alejandro Kirk doing a lot of work back there to catch the baseball.
2-1. Outside, ball 3.
Right on cue, he dotted that one up. You could see Jose Berrios out there asking the home plate umpire, Ryden Addison, where that ball was.
Next pitch. High and outside, ball 4, and a leadoff walk to Sanchez. This third inning is brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Elmsdale and Port Dufferin, Nova Scotia. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at crown.com, Canada's #1 rust protection. Mentioned Sanchez punished a breaking ball. Got that mixed up for a sec. He hit the fastball. It was Jonah Bride, the guy who's up right now, that caught a hanging breaking ball, hit it out of the yard for a 2-run homer in the first. The pitch. Called strike.
Well, even that fastball that Sanchez hit into the gap, it was still a fastball, not right down the middle, but it was a very hittable fastball, something that Jose Berrios just hasn't done.
Berrios looking at first, kicks and delivers to the plate. Miss inside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
He is really starting to use that changeup more, whether it's to lefties, whether it's to righties. He knows that slurve just isn't working for him tonight.
Righty's 1-1. Swing and a miss. Went back to the changeup and gets the whiff there. It's 1-2.
It is working for him, though. A lot of movement, a lot of change in speed, a lot of good arm action.
Berrios set. And his 1-2 offering. Fouled off. New baseball for Berrios, and a good time to remind you that in just a couple of hours you could win an all-inclusive vacation for 4 to Mexico. Get your add-on tickets before 10 p.m. Eastern, and you could win the trip tonight. And on Sunday night, you could be one of the 10 winners, splitting the life-changing jackpot currently over $1.2 million. BlueJays.com/5050, Ontario or Nova Scotia. 1-2 pitch upstairs, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Berrios has already thrown 57 pitches. Nobody out, top of the 3rd inning, 5-0 Marlins. 2-2. Called, strike 3. Sinker on the outside edge, and for Berrios, his 3rd strikeout of the night.
Well, over his last 10 or 12 starts or so, he's really been good at dotting the outside corners with that sinker, and right there is no different. Starts it off the plate, and it kind of comes right back over the black. A perfect pitch.
Berrios looking for his first quick inning of the day, would like a ground ball here as he faces Griffin Conine. First pitch, called strike, 0-1. The name Griffin Conine might be familiar to you for a couple reasons. One, he's the son of Jeff Conine, very, very good Florida Marlin. And he was also a Blue Jay draft pick, Griffin Conine. 2nd rounder in 2018 out of Duke. Fouls back in 0-1, it's 0-2.
Jeff Conine was a special assistant with the Marlins when I was there, with Jeffrey Loria and David Sampson.
Doesn't surprise me. He is literally nicknamed Mr. Marlin. Jeff Conine was on both the 97 and 03 World Series teams. 0-2. Called, strike 3. Back-to-back punch-outs for Berrios, who's maybe starting to settle in here. 2 down, runner on first, top of the 3rd, 5-0 Marlins.
Yeah, the last 2 batters, he's really found the release point with that sinker. That one right there was even better than the last 3rd strike. Started at the front hip of Conine, and then it came right back over the black for a perfect strike.
2 outs, Otto Lopez up. Right on right pitch. Outside, ball 1. Lopez with a single and a run scored in the 2nd inning. Drove a ball to left field his first time up. 1-0. Called strike.
He's found it. He's found that release point. That pitch right there was perfect. It only took 63 pitches.
Just one of those days. Berrios is 1-1. Swing and a liner down in right field, a base hit. Sanchez around second. He's trying for 3rd. George Springer's throw bounces in, but it's going to get in there late. And it's a single for Lopez and runners on the corners for the Marlins.
I tell you what, he's a solid little player. That was a pretty good swing. Just going with that pitch. It was a good sinker down and away, and Otto Lopez just hammered it the other way to right field.
He had some struggles in the middle of the season. He's red hot right now. And doing pretty well at a ballpark that he called home for 9 games between the 21 and 22 seasons. Lopez talking with Guerrero on first. Sanchez talking with Griffin Benedict, the Marlins' 3rd base coach, on 3rd. And Kyle Stowers, the center fielder, up to the plate. 5-0 Marlins, 2 outs, top of the 3rd. Berrios with a breath. A look at first in the pitch. Pitch called inside. Kirk did pop up thinking Lopez might be taken off for 2nd. That should have been a strike, but it's ball 1, 1-0.
I wouldn't be surprised if Otto Lopez tries to steal the bag here. Yes, you have a run on 3rd base, and he'll score on a base hit. But if I'm the Miami Marlins, I would rather have 2 guys in scoring position with 2 outs here.
1-0. Outside, 2-0. You do have to be conscious, though, of the arm of Alejandro Kirk. He's caught 27 runners stealing this season.
We weren't saying that in April, May, and a little bit of June.
No. And last year he got 15 stealing on an 18% clip. He's caught over 30% of the guys who have tried to run this year. 2-0 to Stowers, and it bounces away from Kirk to the backstop. Sanchez in to score. Lopez up to second. 6-0 Marlins on the wild pitch.
And I don't know what happened there. That's a ball that Alejandro Kirk normally catches. I don't know if that'll be a wild pitch or a pass ball. Probably a wild pitch because Alejandro Kirk had to reach across his body to try to catch that. But that is just a yanked changeup from Jose Berrios.
I think it's a wild pitch, although it bounced right near the glove. But they do go wild pitch. And right as Berrios was settling in, things unravel a little bit again. And now the 3-0 is called outside ball 4. And that's going to be another walk, the second of the inning for Berrios. Stowers goes down to first base. It's first and second with 2 outs.
He's almost thrown 70 pitches as Pete Walker is going to come out and have a chat with Jose Berrios, probably just to calm him down. I mean, what can you say to a guy at start number 32 of the season?
Not what we were expecting, though. We've said it a couple times, but Berrios in 8 starts coming into this one was the winner in 7 of them and had a 1.5 ERA and a 197 opponent's batting average. Already 6 hits on the day for the Marlins, 3 walks, and now a wild pitch pushing across another run. By the way, we'd like to welcome you to the Timbermart broadcast booth. Hit a home run on your next home improvement. For a great selection of renovation products and quality brands, Timbermart has the bases loaded for a grand slam on every project. Batter up. Timbermart is Canada's building center. Easton Lucas warming up for the Blue Jays in left field. 6-0 Marlins, top of the 3rd inning. 2 outs and runners on first and second. Catcher Nick Fortes is up to the plate. He's sack bunted last inning. Right on right, the pitch from Berrios. Fouled back 0-1. Fortes, a career Marlin, playing in his 4th season. Playing in this game today sets a new career high in games played with 109. 0-1. Down and away, 1 ball, 1 strike. It's got to be a thrill for the catcher Fortes, who was born in Miami, although he grew up more in the Orlando area in DeLand, Florida. Next pitch bounced, and it's 2-1.
It's all fun and games when you play in a home city until you see that game check and all those tickets you're giving away where you're paying the taxes.
Right.
I remember
Although not a lot of taxes over there.
Do you remember Gabby Sanchez?
Yeah.
He was a Marlin, and I remember he's also from Miami, and I remember asking him what his game check was because we were called up around the same time. We're getting the same money. And his game check was about $1,500, $2,000 less. Not game check, sorry. 2-week check was $2,000 less than mine because of all the tickets he's giving away.
You got to be meaner to your friends. Save some money. By the way, in between pitches there, Alejandro Kirk was checked on by Jose Ministral, the Blue Jays head athletic trainer. It almost appeared to be somewhat of a concussion testing or something like that as he was looking into the eyes of Kirk. But the catcher back in the crouch and the game back underway. 2-1 pitch to Nick Fortes. Swing and a pop-up foul, deep first. Guerrero running onto the side, warning track, reaches out and makes the catch just before the camera well to end the inning. Another run on 1 hit for the Marlins. They're up 6-0, middle of 3. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
This week on Let's Go with Bill Belichick, Max Crosby, Peter King, and me, Jim Gray.
Along with Charles Barkley and Coach Belichick.
One of the reasons I admire Coach Belichick, the number one thing has always got to be the game. So always respect the guys who played the game before you.
I try to teach our players that all the time, every chance I get. The history of the game. You know, the game just didn't get great when you walked on the field.
Listen to the extended version of Let's Go, now available exclusively on the all-new SiriusXM app.
For the latest updates on Helene, tune to alerts from the Weather Channel. What to expect and who may be impacted.
Hi, I'm meteorologist Jim Cantori. When severe weather is impacting any part of the country, alerts from the Weather Channel for live simulcast of the Weather Channel for the latest information to keep you safe and informed.
Tune to alerts from the Weather Channel for the latest information on Helene.
Whenever active weather is breaking, alerts from the Weather Channel on the SiriusXM app. Just search weather.
Are you regretting eating that gas station hot dog? Yeah, we know. We've been there too. This is a message for baseball fans like you. Did you know that you get a channel that's talking baseball 24/7 as part of your SiriusXM subscription? What? Our lineup includes shows hosted by former big leaguers and executives. Plus, you'll hear from 17 managers each week. MLB Network Radio is on SiriusXM Channel 89, or just search MLB Network Radio on the SXM app. SiriusXM Sports. We're more than just a game.
24/7, 365 coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
Bottom of the third inning, and the Marlins leading the Blue Jays 6-0. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Thanks for tuning in tonight. Leo Jimenez steps in to lead off the bottom of the third and takes inside. Ball one. It's been a while since Adam Oller was on the mound. He's been really good, though, so far for the Marlins. His 1-0. Called strike. Did give up 2 singles in the first inning, but worked around it. And last inning, the only base runner he technically allowed was an error, and Jonathan Clase ran into an out after that error. 1-1. Swing and a looper, shallow right field. Going back to first baseman Bryden, bounces down for a base hit. Couldn't have picked a better spot down the right field line than that one. Leo Jimenez got the sand wedge out, and he's got a leadoff single.
Well, I think Leo will definitely take that. He didn't even realize that ball was going to be fair. He got jammed a little bit, kind of looked into foul territory, and then realized that was in fact going to drop fair. I'd take it too if I was him.
Blue Jays trying to get some momentum going in this game that the Marlins are leading 6-0. George Springer now will bat for the second time. Flied out in the first, the pitch. Bounce to the plate, ball one. Oller walking back up the hill with the new baseball. One thing he hasn't done so far that he has done at times this year is walk someone. Came into this game with 20 walks in just over 37 innings. 1-0 in the dirt ball, too. And on the other side, Jose Berrios doesn't walk guys very often at all, and he has already walked 3 in 3 innings. It's been kind of a weird day here in the series opener of the final series. 2-0 pitch. Check swing. Pitch called a ball. That was definitely a strike. But Springer will take it 3-0.
Well, Nick Fortes caught that baseball, the Marlins catcher, and pointed out at Adam Oller, letting him know that that was a good pitch. And it was definitely a strike.
Hit the top of the zone. But now the 3-0. Springer backs out of the way. It's a called strike on a pitch that probably was off the plate, so it all evens out at the end of the day, 3-1.
I think that was a makeup call. I think Ryan Addington was doing a good job of making up for the previous pitch.
Still a hitter's count for Springer. Oller's pitch. Low ball 4, and George Springer heads down to first. Up to second goes Leo Jimenez. First walk of the day for the Marlins righty.
Adam Oller has been a guy with a high walk rate. In 2022, 39 walks in 75 innings. 2023, 12 walks in 19 innings. And like you said, this year, 20 walks in almost 40 innings. It's probably the reason why his ERAs are so inflated.
For the Blue Jays, walking actually has been a strength of their offense this year. That enters this game 20th in runs per game in Major League Baseball. Now the first pitch to Nathan Lucas, and it's inside, ball 1. For reference, Blue Jays 20th in runs per game, 418. The Marlins are 28th in runs per game, which is part of what makes this 6-0 Miami lead so improbable. 1-0. Lucas takes a strike, 1-1. Nathan Lucas with a single to left field in the first inning. Came off a 2-2 breaking ball. 1-1. Swing and a foul off to the left, 1-2.
And it does look like Jose Berrios' day is done. John Schneider giving him a big hug. Pete Walker giving him a big hug. Pretty good season for him.
Yeah, unfortunate that it didn't end the way that everyone wanted it to. But I still feel confident saying Berrios the most consistent Blue Jays starter of the year. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a drive. Right field and deep. Back to the wall, and it's off the base of the wall. Coming around third, Jimenez. They stop Springer at third. Lucas into second. An RBI double, and the Blue Jays are on the board. It's 6-1 Marlins.
Well, for a split second, I thought that Nathan Lucas had his first career home run, but it hit the base of the wall. Not quite enough loft underneath that baseball. He hit that thing on a line, but he'll take that double. He'll take that RBI.
Certainly had enough juice on it to get out. Hit it 104 off the bat. And for Lucas, it is his fourth double and ninth RBI in now 20 games. And it's going to be a meeting on the mound right now. Aller has put himself in a difficult spot. Nobody out, second and third, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is about to come up to the plate.
Well, obviously, this is not the spot you want to be in if you're Aller, but you do have that open base. Yes, there's nobody out in this inning, but I would much rather face Spencer Horwitz with a force out at every single base than face Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who's a very scary hitter right now. But then you also have to ask yourself, as a pitcher who walks a lot of players, do you want to have nobody out and the bases loaded and the potential to walk in another run or two at this point?
We'll see what Skip Schumacher has to say. Mel Stottlemyre, the pitching coach, and maybe not the Mel Stottlemyre you're thinking of, not the former Yankee pitcher, jogs back off of the mound and into the Marlins dugout. And it looks like they're pitching to Guerrero here. 6-1 Marlins. Infield plays back, second and third. Nobody out. Bottom of the third inning, the pitch. Swing and a foul back, and Guerrero might have clipped Nick Fortes with the backswing, 0-1.
Yeah, Fortes looked a little bit shocked for a second. That baseball hit him right in the center of the mask.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I thought it was the bat of Guerrero, but it was the baseball. Vlad with a single in the first, a .326 batter now, 102 RBIs. 0-1. Outside. He is on the precipice of becoming the sixth Blue Jay ever to come up with 200 hits. 1-1. Outside, 2-1.
It's a big pitch right here. Can't get too antsy if you're Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Have to trust Spencer Horwitz behind you. Have to be able to take those walks. But if that pitch is anywhere near the zone, I'm swinging.
Pitch on the way. Swing and a pop-up middle of the infield. First baseman Bride right behind the mound. Called off by the shortstop Edwards, who reels it in for the out.
Well, that curveball was right down the middle. A little hanger from Aller. You can see Vladimir Guerrero Jr. screaming at the ground right now as he's running back to that dugout. Fake like he was going to throw his bat into the ground as he hit that baseball. I mean, if I'm Vlad, I want that pitch back too.
Tough for the Blue Jays there, but still an opportunity to score. Second and third, one out, and Spencer Horwitz is up. The pitch. Swing and a ground ball up the middle, a base hit into right center. Springer in to score. Lucas will score as well, and the Blue Jays have put it up to 3 now. It's 6-3 Marlins on Horwitz's 2-run base hit.
And just like that, your teammate picks you up. If I'm Vladimir Guerrero Jr., I'm in that dugout thinking, yeah, Spencer Horwitz can pick me up any day. 2 RBIs. And just nonchalantly just drilled that baseball right back up the middle. A good job from him.
Up to 40 RBIs on his shortened season now, and Alejandro Kirk is up to the plate with Horwitz on first and 1 out. The pitch. Swing and a pop-up right side of the infield. First baseman Bride called off by Otto Lopez, the second baseman, who makes the catch. 2 outs. Well, a little bit of life at Rogers Center and life in the Blue Jays dugout. Toronto was down 6-0, but they've scored 3 runs in this inning, and it's now 6-3 with a lot of game left.
Good crowd tonight, too. A little bit more buzz now that the Blue Jays have scored 3 runs.
Yeah, this is a pretty packed house tonight, especially for September 27th. Pitch to Addison Barger is foul-tipped 0-1.
Well, I don't know if you've heard, but there's hockey going on right now.
Exhibition. I like hockey, but it's exhibition. Oh, 1. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Barger struck out looking on a backdoor slurve in the second. The lone strikeout of the day so far for Aller. Righty set at the belt. Horwitz on first, 2 down. And the 1-1. High, 2-1.
It's a big pitch right here. If I'm Addison Barger, I'm getting big. This is the one pitch that I'm allowing myself to get big, to get wild, and then as soon as I either foul a pitch off or take this pitch, I get into my 2-strike approach.
2-1. Big swing and a miss at a fastball just off the plate outside, 2-2.
And just because you can get big and get wild in a 2-1 hitter's count, fastball count, doesn't mean you should swing at everything like Addison Barger did right there.
See if he shortens up here. 2-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a mile-high pop-up left side of the diamond. Third baseman Norby waved off by Edwards, the shortstop, who makes the catch just on the outfield turf to end the inning. Productive inning, though, for the Blue Jays. They scored 3 times on 3 hits. Lucas drives in 1 with a double. Horwitz drives in 2 with a single. They do leave 1 on, but it's 6-3 for the Marlins after 3 innings. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Starting September 30th, SiriusXM is giving away a pair of tickets to every MLB postseason game through the World Series. Listen to MLB Network Radio for the clues and be.
Hey, baseball fans. Thank you for hanging out with us for this Toronto Blue Jays game. It is almost over. This is the last series we have of the season against the Miami Marlins. Still weird saying that. They're the Florida Marlins to me. But I'm glad you guys have been here. Please hit that like button down below. And it's been a great season with you guys. Thank you all for chatting it up. Let's get back to the baseball. Let's go, Jays. Finish this season out strong. Let's sweep the Marlins, or at least win a couple games. Jeez. All right, guys, back to the chat. Go, Jays, go.
That's going to be a fun team to watch.
And bringing you inside the locker room.
It is a must-win game.
Basketball season is just weeks away, and your 24/7 home for hoops is SiriusXM NBA Radio, Channel 86, and the all-new SiriusXM app.
The NASCAR Cup Series is on SiriusXM.
Let's go, man!
We're back on the track Sunday.
2 p.m. Eastern.
It's the Hollywood Casino 400
from Kansas Speedway.
Checker flag, baby. Yeah!
On SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90. In the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Oh, yeah!
Get closer to everything that moves you wherever you are with the SiriusXM app.
Let's make some smoke and drink some beer. Yeah!
Hey everyone, it's Justin Turbin at your 24/7 home for hoops all year long is SiriusXM NBA Radio Channel 86 and the SiriusXM app. Just search NBA Radio.
Radio Network.
It's the 4th inning presented by Bet365. At Bet365, you can bet live in-game on game props, totals, and the money line. Download the app and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19+, play responsibly. Ontario only. 6-3 Marlins over Blue Jays. New pitcher for Toronto is the left-hander Easton Lucas. His pitch to the top of the order, Xavier Edwards bunts it foul, 0-1. Second appearance as a Blue Jay for Lucas, who kind of had some tough luck in his first appearance. Went an inning and 2/3, credited with 2 earned runs, 2 walks, and a strikeout. That was the game against the Red Sox where the pop-up was dropped in foul territory. That should have ended 2 scoreless innings for Lucas. 0-1 pitch. Edwards lofts it to right center field. Going back, Springer and Nathan Lucas, and Lucas misses it as it drops on the track. Pardon me, it was Clase in center. Edwards around second. He's headed to third. Throw coming in. It'll be late. It's a 2-triple day for Xavier Edwards.
Again, that's tough luck. Jonathan Clase should have easily caught that baseball out in right center, but I think he was looking at George Springer, was unsure what Springer was going to do. He was kind of converging on him, and he lost sight of that baseball and overran it. I mean, that ball needs to be caught 100 out of 100 times. Might be an error. What'd they give it?
I don't believe they've scored it yet, or they have. They've scored it as a base hit. That's more tough luck for Lucas. His pitch now to Connor Norby with the infield in. He's hit foul deep down the right field line, 0-1. So his last outing, not only do they drop a pop-up, but then 2 runs come in to score after he's out of the game. And he left, yes, runners on first and second, but 2 outs. And now he gets a tough luck triple to start his next appearance. 0-1 to Connor Norby. Up and in.
And you could see on the slow motion replay, Clase kind of looked down and looked at George Springer and then looked back up at the baseball, and I can almost guarantee that he lost sight of that baseball just for a split second and ended up dropping it.
1-1. Swing and a bouncer to short. Clement backhands, looks off the runner Edwards and throws to first. And there's 1 out, and a good job by Lucas and Clement making sure that that runner from third Edwards couldn't score.
Really nice play from Ernie Clement over at shortstop. He's just so calm, makes those plays so easily, looks the runner back, makes a perfect throw to Vlad at first base. And now you have another at-bat here, another big at-bat.
Against the big man, DH Jake Berger up for the 3rd time, 0 for 2 with a flyout and a comebacker to the mound. Lucas, the lefty, deals home, and the first pitch is chopped foul, 0-1. Welcome to the Timber Mart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman. He's Chris LaRue. Show Ali's our host and producer. Andrew Adams and Tom Young, our technical directors. 6-3, the Marlins lead. The Blue Jays trying to keep momentum on their side. They just scored 3 in the bottom of the 3rd. 0-1. Swing and a liner, down and bouncing into left center field, a base hit. Edwards scores. Berger stops at first. An RBI single, and it's looking like a football score at Rogers Center. It's 7-3 for the Marlins.
Well, you have to give a little bit of blame there to Lucas. You have an 0-1 count to a very good pitcher. It looked like they were trying to go upstairs, but with that big run at third base, I've said this so often, you have to try to go for a strikeout, and if you don't go for a strikeout, you walk that batter and you go on to the next guy, especially with the infield in.
Steady left to Cutter, middle in, and Berger deposited it into left center. First pitch now to Jesus Sanchez is up and away, ball 1. 7-3 Marlins, 1 out and a runner on first base, top of the 4th. Sanchez with an RBI, 2 runs scored. He doubled in the first and walked in the 3rd, and now he takes outside, well outside for ball 2. By the way, for Lucas, his mix is 4-seamer, cutter, slider, and changeup. To lefties, it's basically 4-seamer slider. 2-0. Called strike with the heater, 2-1.
He does have a pretty good fastball, though. That one, 95, dotted on the outside corner.
Brought him up recently, one of 2 hard throwers that they put in the bullpen over the last couple days. Brett DeGuss as well, who can reach upper 90s. 2-1. Fouled right back, 95 elevated, it's 2-2. He's an interesting guy. And although he made that mistake to Berger, we had both mentioned it, there never should have been a runner on third base. Even if you make that mistake, it should have just been a harmless 2-out single. Instead, it's a run-in and a 7-3 Miami lead. 2-2. Bounced it, ball 3.
And another unlucky earned run for Lucas. I mean, you can say it's somebody else's fault, but at the end of the day, you made the pitch. You made the pitch that caused that deep fly ball.
It's true. I mean, that one's a little different than the foul pop-up. 3-2 pitch way up and in, ball 4. Sanchez was screaming as he ducked out of the way. And that's a walk to make it first and second, 1 out.
And there's nobody warming up out there in that Blue Jays bullpen, so Easton Lucas has a couple of more batters at least in him.
He's a guy who can provide length, even open or start in certain situations. Now he'll face Jonah Bride. Rex Speck's on, the right-handed hitter Bride taps the plate and looks out at Lucas. Lefty is set, peeking at second base at Berger, and the pitch home. Fastball, called strike. Bride with a 2-run shot in the first inning and a strikeout in the third. 0-1. Up and in. Lucas is set at the belt. First and second, 1 out. And the 1-1. Inside, ball 2.
It's interesting that Jonah Bride is wearing red spikes right now. You notice that? It looks like he just got traded from the St. Louis Cardinals.
I'm colorblind, so I did not notice. I'm not going to lie to you. 2-1. Swing and a grounder foul, 2-2. Well, he didn't. He was not with a red-colored team before. He was with the Oakland A's before. They do the Marlins in their City Connect. I think there's a little bit of red in there.
That's right.
I mean, it's certainly not a dominant color. Two. Check swing on a pitch inside. Kirk asked for the appeal down to first. No swing, says David Arrieta. And it's 3 balls and 2 strikes.
You have to wonder if it's a superstitious thing, like he's hit well in those red spikes, because to me they look kind of silly.
Very likely. He is on a mini hit streak right now of 6 games. 3-2. Inside, ball 4. Back-to-back walks issued by Easton Lucas. Bases loaded. 1 out, top of the 4th.
And here comes Pete Walker to have a chat with him. He's going to jog out there, make this one quick, but still nobody warming up in that Blue Jays bullpen.
It would be understandable if the Blue Jays were not trying to use too many arms, because John Schneider announced his pitching plans for the weekend today. He said, obviously today, Jose Berrios, Yariel Rodriguez tomorrow, and he said TBA, to be announced for Sunday. He said it will not be Chris Bassitt, despite some of the comments that Bassitt made after the game. He said they talked to Chris, and due to the innings that he's already thrown, he said there's no reason for him to go out there and throw 100 more pitches. So Bassitt will not factor in, which means it'll maybe be a Yarbrough day, maybe just be a true bullpen day. But they are going to need to keep some arms fresh here, which might require Lucas to eat up some innings.
What's better than a last game 162 bullpen day?
Doesn't get much better than that. Griffin Conine is up, infield halfway in, and the first pitch is a broken bat pop fly. Back of second, down in right field, a base hit. 1 run scores Berger. Sanchez in right behind him, and it's a 2-run flare single for Griffin Conine, and the Marlins have blown it open. 9-3 is the lead for Miami.
And again, you could say that's tough luck, but you have to think back to the walks that Easton Lucas has given up prior to that base hit, prior to that broken bat base hit from Conine. Pretty good pitch here. The bat absolutely explodes, breaks in half. And Griffin Conine's such a big kid, such a muscular kid, just muscles it out there in front of George Springer.
Conine on first now, Bride on second. And the pitch to Otto Lopez, 2 for 2 on the day. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Yeah, I mean, as tough luck as that looks, at the same time, if you don't walk those guys, the infield isn't in. If the infield isn't in, probably Leo Jimenez can catch that ball, but he didn't have time to get back there. Oh, 1. Fouled off, 0-2.
And I think you're right. I think that they're going to ride Easton Lucas for as long as he can go. Still nobody warming up in that bullpen. And that's the last time I'll say that.
I'll give you one more free pass if you want. 9-3 Marlins. They've got all 3 runs back that the Blue Jays scored in the third. 0-2. Swing and a fly ball deep left. Nathan Lucas back at the warning track, makes the catch on the dirt, and sends it back into the infield, 2 down. Otto Lopez missed a home run at Rogers Center by maybe 15 feet. He was pretty close. And a wry smile from the right-handed hitter as he goes back into the dugout, 2 down.
I wonder how that would have felt if he hit a 3-run home run in Canada.
And at the ballpark where he first became a major leaguer, only for a brief time with the Blue Jays, facing his former team. Kyle Stowers now up, and the pitch. Fouled off 0-1. Speaking of moments at Rogers Center, Kyle Stowers, who until the deadline was an Oriole or an Orioles prospect, he debuted in Toronto on June 13th, 2022. 0-1. Swing and a foul off, 0-2. He's one of 2 guys, along with Connor Norby, who was sent the opposite direction for the starter Trevor Rogers. And those are not low-level prospects being sent over to Miami. Those were 2 of the higher-end guys that the Orioles had in their system. With 2 outs, the 0-2. Check swing, pitch outside, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Blonde-haired Stowers taps the plate once, waggles the bat now above his left shoulder. Looks at it, Lucas. The lefty is set. A look at second. 1 more peek in the 1-2. Swing and a ground ball to the shortstop, Clement. Backhanded. He throws over to first and gets Stowers to end the inning. 3-run frame for the Miami Marlins. They did it on 3 hits. It's all started by the Xavier Edwards triple. It's 9-3 Miami going to the bottom of the 4th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center, a solid neighbor to call upon when you've got a job to do. Your dependable home improvement store that offers the added value of Air Miles reward miles with every purchase of $15 or more. Visit timbermart.ca.
It's time to celebrate you with the party at the ballpark. On Friday, September 27th, dial up your fall wardrobe with the Blue Jays Fanal giveaway presented by TD.
They go back-to-back in the bottom of the 9th. How much fun was that? It is loud here at Rogers Center, and 40,000 are chanting his name.
Get ready for good vibes and a chance to win great prizes.
What a weekend for the Blue Jays.
Fan Appreciation Weekend, presented by TD, September 27th, 28th, and 29th. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's Building Center. Visit timbermart.ca.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
A drive to deep center field. Trout at the wall and watches it sail.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom of the 4th inning, Marlins with a commanding 9-3 lead over the Blue Jays. Welcome back to Rogers Center. Ernie Clement leading off. And Adam Aller's first pitch misses outside, ball 1. I'm Ben Schulman. To my left is the former Marlin, Chris LaRue. Take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard coming up soon. 1-0. Swing and a drive. Deep left field. Way back, and it's out of here. A high arcing blast for Ernie Clement. Home run number 12 on this season. And the Blue Jays trying to claw back, make it 9-4.
Well, how often do you see Ernie Clement stand and watch his home runs? That one was an absolute moonshot. What a swing for Ernie Clement.
Clement now matching his home run total from his pro season last year. Although he hit 11 in the minors and 1 in the majors last year, this season all 12 coming at the major league level. Pitch now to Jonathan Clase, and it's a called strike, 0-1. Haller kicks, delivers. Switch hitter Clase takes up and away. 1 ball, 1 strike. Clase 6 for 13 in his Blue Jay career with a double and a homer. 1-1. Swing and a grounder, hooked down the first baseline, called foul. I don't know. You can't challenge a fair or foul call in front of a base umpire. I thought that might have skipped over the bag.
Well, it definitely looks like Jonathan Clase thought that ball was fair. That ball was right in front of him, ripped down the first baseline. He is slowly walking back to that batter's box and picking up his bat.
With his speed, that's easy extra bases, maybe even a triple opportunity. Instead, though, it's 1-2. Haller winds and releases. Foul back into the screen. Awkward play the first time up for Clase. He hit a fly ball to left center. Conine, the left fielder, and Stowers, the center fielder, crossed, and it hit off the glove of Conine and dropped in. But Clase tried for 3 bases and was thrown out trying to advance to. He's officially 0 for 1, and here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him on a slurve back foot, and there's 1 out.
And we talked about during that break, after that attempt to go from second to third, there's no need to try to take third there. There's 2 outs in the inning. You're already in scoring position. A little bit too aggressive from the youngster.
Seen some of the flashes of brilliance from Clase so far, a little bit of the inexperience as well. Now the first pitch to Leo Jimenez, called strike, 0-1. Let's go to the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Devilishly good since Toronto first raised the trophy in '92. Join them for wings, ribs, beer, cocktails, and catch every play at your local St. Louis Bar and Grill. Download the app or visit stlouiswings.com for more details. Always devilishly good. Next pitch to Jimenez bounces in, 1 ball and 1 strike. Here in town, it's 9-4 for the Marlins over the Blue Jays. 1 out, bases empty, bottom of the 4th. The 1-1. Swing and a fly ball right center. Tracking back, Stowers at the warning track, waved off by Sanchez, the right fielder, who makes the catch on the dirt. 2 outs. On that out-of-town scoreboard, a big game between 2 wildcard teams, although fighting for the wildcard in different leagues. The Atlanta Braves are hosting the Kansas City Royals right now. Royals are currently occupying the 3rd or 2nd wildcard spot in a tie with Detroit. And the Braves are a game out of the wildcard picture right now in the National League. Braves up 2-0, top of 6. Pitch to George Springer. Inside, ball 1. Technically, Minnesota's still in the race for the wild card, although 3 games back with 3 to play. If you're Kansas City, you're more worrying about, do you want to play Baltimore or Houston? 1-0. Outside, 2-0. I don't really have a good answer to that question, whether you want to play the Orioles or the Astros.
Well, we saw that scenario last year with the Toronto Blue Jays. The Blue Jays said they didn't want to play the Rays. They went to Minnesota and lost 2 in a row.
That is true. 2-0 pitch up and in, 3-0. I mean, I lean you don't want to play the Astros.
I mean, nobody ever wants to play the Astros.
I mean, they haven't lost before the championship series in almost an entire decade now. 3-0. Springer takes it down the middle, strike 1.
But I also lean just play well and win the ball game. That's it.
Yeah, it kind of feels like you may as, it's kind of a coin flip, so
right.
Just go out there try to win as many games as you can. 2 down in the 3-1 to Springer. Swing and a hard bouncer up the middle of base hit. Second time aboard today for George Springer, and he keeps this bottom of the 4th going. 9-4 Marlins, runner on first, 2 outs.
Yeah, pretty good swing right there from George Springer. A little fastball right down the middle, and he just hammered it right back up the middle. Little "Let's Go Blue Jays" chant from the crowd here.
I mean, there's been a fair amount of Blue Jays offense to cheer about. We're only in the fourth, and they have 4 runs on 7 hits. The problem is the Marlins have 9 runs on 9 hits. Miami, though, is one of the lesser run prevention teams in all of baseball. So you never know. Still a lot of outs need to be made by the Marlins before this one's done. Nathan Lucas is up in the pitch. Inside, and it bounces off of the glove of Fortes. Springer's going to scamper up to second base on a pass ball.
And if Nathan Lucas can somehow get on base here, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is standing in that on-deck circle.
Lucas has done a good job of that so far. 2 for 2 with a single and an RBI double, also a run scored. A single here almost certainly scores Springer from second. Holler's 1-0. Down, ball 2. Holler kicking out some dirt from the rubber. It has not been his cleanest day by any stretch. 4 runs allowed in the last 2 frames. 2-0. Called strike. Fastball perfectly placed on the outside corner.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot about Jose Berrios and Easton Lucas, but you're right. Aller really hasn't been that clean at all. 4 earned runs, 7 hits in just 3 2/3.
His 2-1. Swing and a ground ball to second, picked up by Lopez. Throw over to first, and that will end the 4th inning. Blue Jays get 1 on 2 hits. It's Ernie Clement's 12th homer of the year. That makes it 9-4 for the Marlins as we go to the 5th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your family-owned, local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
From cozy acoustic mixes when you notice the stripe, to football tailgate anthems, back to school study beats, live sports, and more.
Deep left field, way back, it's gone. Goodbye.
Find the perfect sweater weather soundtrack to warm you up this autumn. And spice up any moment with a hand-picked audio collection on the SiriusXM app. Just search Fall. SiriusXM has everything a college football fan needs.
He's in trouble, and down he goes. The ball comes out.
All the big games are on the SiriusXM app.
Down the sidelines, midfield. It's a race. Picking them up, putting them down.
Plus, hear daily in-depth analysis on College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
There's not a lot of holes or weaknesses on that football team, and they've got the goods where you want to have the goods for a championship caliber roster.
Our experts get you ready for game day every day on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
The NFL Sunday Drive is your home for the 2024 regular season.
Caught for the touchdown!
This is Steve Torrey. Join me and Bill Leckus every Sunday at noon Eastern as we take you live to every game, every touchdown, and every key moment.
Bucs take the lead with 9 seconds left.
Plus, reporters from every game, fantasy updates, and guests live from the locker room.
49ers tight end George Kittle.
Catch the NFL Sunday Drive every Sunday at noon Eastern on NFL Radio Channel 88 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Hey everyone, it's Justin Turbin, your 24/7 home for hoops all year long is SiriusXM NBA Radio Channel 86 and the SiriusXM app. Just search NBA Radio.
Net Radio Network.
Welcome to the Timbermark broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue, Show Ali, our host and producer, Andrew Adams and Tom Young, our technical directors. Top of the 5th, Easton Lucas still on, and his pitch to Nick Fortes gets a wave and a miss. Strike 1. Fortes now apologizing to Alejandro Kirk. Caught his fellow catcher with the backswing. Blue Jays looking for their first scoreless defensive frame of the game. Down 9-4. The 0-1. Called strike.
And this game isn't over yet. The Blue Jays are hitting the ball very well. And like you mentioned last inning, the Miami Marlins are not very good at run prevention.
No, they give up a lot of runs to the Marlins. Next pitch. Swing and a high fly ball, shallow right center. Springer jogging in, camps under it, makes the catch. 1 out. The Marlins allow 5 and 1/4 runs per game. The only team that allows more runs per game are the Colorado Rockies, and they have some obvious circumstances working against them.
Where are the White Sox at on that list?
Next team. 3 teams allow more than 5 runs a game: White Sox, Marlins, Rockies. Marlins and Rockies, the bottom 2 teams in the National League. White Sox, the worst team in baseball. Xavier Edwards up to the plate, checks his swing on a fastball high. Appeal down to first, no swing, it's 1-0. One-0 pitch. Edwards slaps it foul, 1-1.
How about that giveaway today? The flannel, that blue flannel. We need to get a couple up here right now. It's a little bit chilly up in the booth.
I think we might have some flannels on the way.
I don't know. Sometimes we get them, sometimes we don't.
Tom Young, he's got his eye out. 1-1 pitch foul tipped, 1-2. I mean, this is going to be a dumb question for me. It's a blue flannel, right?
It is blue and black, I believe.
Okay.
It might be that midnight navy or midnight
pitch blue.
Pitch blue.
Yeah.
Pitch navy.
Pitch navy.
Man.
That's
we are
That's
struggling right
working
now.
on a color spectrum. I just don't know. 1 out, base is empty. 9-4 Marlins, top of the 5th. Lucas rocks and deals, and Edwards fights it off foul. Marlins in their black jerseys today, they've somewhat started shifting back towards the more Florida Marlin looking uniforms. 1-2. Bounce 2-2. Not all the way there, but I mean, I would imagine you do because you played for the Florida Marlins, but I really wish that they could go back to some of that stuff.
All right, I'm going to give you a choice. Old school Oakland Athletics uniforms or old school Jeff Conine Florida Marlins?
2-2. Swing and a fly ball right center. Going back, Clase, the center fielder, stops in front of the track, makes the catch. There are 2 outs. I'm going A's, but it's not by much, I have to say. It's not by much.
The teal helmet.
It's really good.
The teal belt is just such a good look. And obviously I'm a little bit biased because I played for them, but I never got to wear that really cool uniform. It was kind of in the in-between stages.
Right.
I did wear the pinstripes, but it wasn't the in-your-face teal like it was when the Jeff Conine era was going on.
Pitch down to Connor Norby is stroked out to deep left field on the first pitch. Lucas turning at the wall, and it banks off the wall. Norby trying for second. Lucas is throwing to second, and they got him. Outfield assists Nathan Lucas, his 4th on a young season for the left fielder. Leo Jimenez with the tag, and it's the first scoreless frame for Blue Jays pitching. Still 9-4 Marlins as we go to the bottom of the 5th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Baseball's postseason race heats up on MLB Network Radio.
Grand slam!
Every pitch, every swing, and every catch matters. MLB Network Radio brings you all the live action.
Never seen a play like that!
And expert analysis you need to follow your team. Don't miss a moment of the chase. On MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM 89, and the all-new SiriusXM app.
If you want to win your fantasy football league, you need to listen to Fantasy Sports Radio. From lineup decisions to daily fantasy to waiver wire advice, injury updates, and so much more.
You cannot afford to drop a running back.
Our experts will help you dominate.
I think there's value there on Austin Eckler in PPR formats.
Set your lineup with Fantasy Sports Radio. Your home for fantasy football all season long. Channel 87 and on the all-new SiriusXM app. The most important person in sports is you, the fan.
Let me tell you something. I'm a
real fans.
And your place for sports talk is Mad Dog Sports Radio, where your voice is heard all day long.
I couldn't wait to get into the truck, turn on 82.
Sharing the thrill of victory.
The joy, the jubilation. I can't stop smiling.
And the agony of defeat.
When is this franchise going to realize people really care about this?
Passionate sports fans call 888-MAD-DOG-6.
You gotta love sports.
Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82, or anytime on the SiriusXM app. Fantasy football players, from start-sit decisions to waiver wire advice. Win your fantasy football league with Fantasy Sports Radio, Channel 87, and on the SiriusXM app.
Bottom of the fifth inning in downtown Toronto, the Blue Jays trailing the Miami Marlins 9-4. I'm Ben Schulman next to Chris LaRue. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. leading off. Pitcher Adam Aller deals home, and Guerrero takes up an away ball one. Vlad sitting on 198 hits coming into this at-bat. 1 for 2 today with a single and a pop-out to short. 1-0. Swing and a high fly ball way foul to the right. 1-1.
What do you think? He has about 10 at-bats left?
Yeah, 2 games after this one. I'm assuming he's playing. Maybe if he got to 200, he'd rest the final day, but feels well within his wheelhouse to get to 200. 1-1. Fouled it off of his front foot, and a hop from Guerrero, who's now hunched over, not holding his bat, and facing the Blue Jay dugout. Vlad picks up the bat now and kind of uses it as a cane as he walks out of the box. It's 1-2.
Well, we've seen so many times guys with a lot of protection. That ball did get him where it's protected, kind of on the inside part of the shin. But obviously, these guys are showing us that the protection doesn't really do all that much.
There's only so much that a thin layer of plastic can do, even if there's a lot of engineering going on in there.
Maybe it helps as Vlad is getting back in the box right now, but maybe it helps with serious injury, but it doesn't take away from the sting of the baseball.
I'd imagine you still bruise under that thing.
Right.
But like you're saying, maybe because it doesn't hit directly off a bone, you're less likely to break a bone or do something like that. 1-2 pitch. Vlad checks his swing on a pitch outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Guerrero, Horowitz, and Kirk up this inning for the Blue Jays. 2-2. Swing and a foul ball out of play to the right. Let's take a quick peek at the St. Louis Bar and Grill out of town scoreboard. Mentioned the Atlanta Braves are up 2-0 on the Kansas City Royals. Braves a game back of both Arizona and the New York Mets for the final wild card spot in the NL. 2-2. Called strike 3. Pitch looked off the plate outside, and Vlad is going to let Ryan Addison know about that, shaking his head as he talks to Addison. He'll now walk back as the first out of the inning.
And Vlad has every right to give Addison a piece of his mind. That ball really wasn't close. This injury report is brought to you by Bergmanis Pereira Personal Injury Lawyers. If life has thrown you a curveball and you're striking out with your insurance company, get ahead of the count and call Bergmanis Pereira Personal Injury Lawyers. You focus on getting better, and Bergmanis Pereira will take care of the rest. Visit bplawyers.ca.
First pitch goes downstairs to Spencer Horwitz, 1-0. Nothing really to update on the Blue Jays injury side. Pretty much everything in terms of major injury has resolved itself, but give you some updates if you weren't with us earlier in the week. 1-0. Outside 2-0. About a week ago now, Will Wagner had that scope on his left knee. He'll be off his feet for about a month, but expected to be ready to go for spring. 2-0 pitch. Hit in the air, deep down the left field line, foul, 2-1. Dalton Varsho got that right rotator cuff surgery done by Dr. Keith Meister in Texas recently. Varsho traveled back to Toronto, and they're unclear on the timetable right now. Could impact the start to spring or even the season, but it might not. He might be ready to go as well. 2-1 pitch. Inside 3-1. And then Bo Bichette, who broke the right middle finger, and more specifically kind of the tip of that right middle finger on an awkward ground ball in a warm-up. He got surgery on that finger to fix a displacement. 3-1. Outside ball 4. Horwitz takes a walk, and Bo Bichette is in the dugout with the Blue Jays now.
Yeah, and he's got that big cast on his finger. I don't know if it's a cast or a splint, but he does have the wrapping around it, sitting in the front kind of bench part in that dugout.
Now, although it was a little bit worse than the Blue Jays expected injury-wise, for Bichette, it should not impact his spring training unless there's an unforeseen setback. Kirk up to the plate. Horwitz on first, and the pitch to Alejandro Kirk is a called strike on another pitch inside, 0-1. 9-4 Marlins over Blue Jays. 1 on, 1 out, bottom of the 5th. A 1 pitch. Fouled off, 0-2. Just to circle back around to the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. If you're tracking the wild card races, Atlanta up 2-0. They're trying to tie Arizona or the Mets tonight. And the Mets are trailing right now 5-0 to the Milwaukee Brewers in the second. If both of those scores hold, the Mets and Braves will be tied at the end of the night. And a really fun scenario being set up on Monday, September 30th. There'll be a doubleheader between the Braves and the Mets, making up a couple of games that were rained out this week. 0-2. Swing and a liner down in right field, a base hit. Making hits in 18 straight for Alejandro Kirk. Horwitz into scoring position, and there's only 1 out.
Well, I said in his last at bat that Otto Lopez was shading towards second base and Jonah Bride was really playing towards first. They were giving Alejandro Kirk a huge hole on the right side, and we've seen him go that way. I don't know the scouting report that the Marlins have, but they're not playing him right.
No, I mean, basic percentages of just does he pull the ball, hit it straight, or hit it oppo would tell you not to shift to pull for Kirk, but they don't do that. And now Addison Barger takes upstairs ball 1. Perhaps it has to do with how they want to pitch him, how Adam Aller is trying to work him, but they threw a pitch outside and Kirk took it that way. And now Nick Fortes is going to go talk to Adam Aller, and Mel Stottlemyre is going to jog out to the mound.
And I'm sure the Marlins are trying to get Aller through this game just so he can get a win. But he, like we talked about earlier, he really hasn't pitched that well, giving up 4 runs in this ball game.
His offense, though, has done him a big service today. 9 runs on 10 hits, and that's why the Marlins are up 9-4. As that mound meeting continues, we can go back to the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Detroit Tigers are in that second, third-place wild card tie, and they took on, or are taking on right now, the Chicago White Sox. White Sox held Garrett Crochet back yesterday to pitch him today against the division rival Tigers, and then took Crochet out after 4 innings and 62 pitches. He didn't allow a run, but they got to the bullpen, did the Tigers. They're leading 4-1 and continue to maybe be the hottest team, maybe in the American League, maybe in all of baseball going into the playoffs. Mound meeting over, and the 1-0 pitch to Addison Barger. Swing and a mile-high pop-up over the mound. First baseman Jonah Bride coming in, called off by Otto Lopez, the second baseman, who makes the catch. Infield fly rule was in effect anyway. 2 outs.
Because the Tigers are playing so well, do you think they have a shot, a realistic shot?
You know, I think you have to say yes. I think if you punch your ticket to the postseason, you kind of automatically have a shot. Probably overemphasized because of last year, but an 84-win team made the World Series last year as Ernie Clement steps up and takes high ball 1.
You think they can knock off the Yankees, the Dodgers?
I think it's, in theory, possible. I'm not sure I'd bet on it, but I think it's possible. 1-0 pitch. Called strike. I mean, heck, the Miami Marlins have won 2 World Series, and they've never won their own division. That was in a slightly different wild card situation where there was only 1, so the wild card's going to have a much better record, but you never know if you're in the dance. 1-1 to Clement. Chopper to third base, hit slowly, picked up by Norby. He'll go to his own base to force out the lead runner Horwitz and end the inning. No runs for the Blue Jays, 1 hit, 2 left. 9-4 Marlins going to the 6th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Beat the rush. Protect your vehicle with Canada's #1 rust protection today. Find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
It's time to celebrate you with the party at the ballpark. On Friday, September 27th, dial up your fall wardrobe with the Blue Jays Fanal Giveaway presented by TD.
They go back-to-back in the bottom of the ninth. How much fun was that? It is loud here at Rogers Center, and 40,000 are chanting his name.
Get ready for good vibes and a chance to win great prizes.
What a weekend for the Blue Jays.
Fan Appreciation Weekend, presented by TD, September 27th, 28th, and 29th. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
October 3rd on City TV.
You're safe. I got you.
Law & Order Thursday returns with all new seasons of Law & Order.
I love this job, and I love trying cases.
And Olivia Benson is back with Law & Order SVU.
I've dedicated my life to helping victims. So you're not giving up on us? Giving up? I'm just getting started.
Law & Order Thursday premieres October 3rd on City TV, or stream it on City TV Plus.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Bases loaded. The 0-2 swung on and missed. Strike 3.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Sixth inning at Rogers Center, and the Blue Jays still trying to come back in this one. 9-4 the Marlins lead. Thank you so much for tuning in tonight. I'm Ben Schulman. To my left is Chris LaRue. Easton Lucas still on the mound and in his third inning of work. Pitches to Jake Berger, who fouls off the first pitch fastball, 0-1. Velocity a little bit down now for Lucas, who's approaching 40 pitches. That four-seamer was 91. He's typically 94, 95. Lefty's 0-1. Outside with the changeup. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And like I said last inning, the Blue Jays are going to go with Lucas as long as he can be out there.
1-1. Low ball 2. Blue Jays do have Brett DeGuss up in the bullpen, potentially to make his Toronto Blue Jay debut. 2-1. Fouled off, 2-2. Both Lucas and DeGuss added to the roster in recent days as Zach Pop and Tommy Nance were optioned to the spring training complex. They didn't actually go to Florida. They're both here and could be optioned back onto the roster, more of a paper move. But for now, they are off the roster, and those two are on it. 2-2. Swing and a ground ball through the right side of the infield. A base hit into right center. Berger now 2 for 4. Hits each of the last 2 times he's come up.
Good job from Berger. Really nice piece of hitting. Leo Jimenez was playing shaded towards second base, and there was a huge hole. He just kind of filleted over there for a base hit.
Berger, the former White Sox, takes off his batting gloves and gets ready to lead off first base as Jesus Sanchez comes up. What a day it's been for the right fielder. He's been on and scored all 3 times he's come up. The pitch. Swing and a foul back, 0-1. Dark skies now in downtown Toronto. A lot of the crowd still on hand here. Top of the 6th inning, 9-4 Marlins. Left on left, the 0-1. Hit off the handle and just got over the netting, back behind the plate, foul, 0-2. No balls and 2 strikes, the pitch. Check swing. It was down and away. Appeal to third. Called strike three, swinging, says Chris Guccione, the third base ump. And for a second time tonight, a Marlin refuses to accept the call of Chris Guccione. Now Sanchez is going to walk back, chuckling to himself.
Well, we're going to see the slow motion right here. And again, another really close call. You could probably flip a coin and go either way, but Sanchez kind of just standing in that box with a little smile on his face. Not a happy smile.
He's retired for the first time tonight. First strikeout for Easton Lucas. And Jonah Bride is up. The pitch. Hit on the ground is short. Clement has it. Flips to second one. Jimenez double clutches. Throw to first. Just in time for the 6-4-3 double play. We'll wait a sec in case Skip Schumacher wants to challenge. That one got stuck in the hand of Leo Jimenez. But it looks like the inning is over. 6-4-3 double play. Back-to-back scoreless frames for Lucas. Middle of the sixth. 9-4 Marlins. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hi there, it's Will Arnett, host of Smartless, a podcast I do with my pals Sean Hayes and Jason Bateman, with special guests.
His first name in Hawaiian means cool breeze over the mountains. Guys, it's the legendary Keanu Reeves.
No.
Guys,
it's
Kelly Clarkson.
Yeah. He is widely regarded as the greatest shooter in NBA history. Say hello to Steph Curry.
It's Bono.
Oh,
yeah.
my.
It's Elton John, actually.
Hear every new episode a full week early on the SiriusXM app. Just search Smartless to join the fun.
Wake up! Wake up, everybody! This is Steve Phillips from the leadoff spot on MLB Network Radio. Join me and former Major League Baseball players Eduardo Perez and Xavier Scruggs as we react to all the latest news and scores across baseball and have plenty of fun along the way.
Steve, you were so right about that.
I don't know if anybody else thinks we're funny, but I think we're funny.
Why are you putting us or we into this?
The leadoff spot, weekdays at 7 a.m. Eastern on MLB Network Radio, Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
Starting September 30th, SiriusXM is giving away a pair of tickets to every MLB postseason game through the World Series. Listen to MLB Network Radio for the clues and be the first caller to correctly name the postseason hero, and you'll receive a pair of tickets to an MLB postseason game. MLB Network Radio has your chance to win on SiriusXM 89 and the all-new SiriusXM app. No transportation will be included in connection with these prizes. For full contest information and official rules, visit SiriusXM.com/MLB postseason heroes. No purchase necessary. Open only to current SiriusXM subscribers prior to September 22nd. Must be a U.S. resident over the age of 18.
Hi, this is Alexa. Did you know you can listen to this game on devices with Amazon Alexa? Download the SiriusXM app, then tell me to play the Blue Jays on SiriusXM
Network.
Bottom of the sixth inning, Blue Jays trailing the Marlins 9-4, and a new pitcher on for Miami. Thanks for joining us tonight. Left-hander Anthony Veneziano is pitching for Miami after 5 innings of work by starter Adam Oller. Veneziano begins with the switch hitter Jonathan Clase, who turns around to bat right for the first time and takes a strike on a pitch well above the zone, 0-1. Lefty Veneziano is four-seamer, slider, sweeper, and change. 0-1 pitch is the slider for a strike. 0-2. Pardon me, make that the change. Clase taps the plate. He's 0 for 2 today. Looks out at Veneziano, who's set. 0-2. Inside, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And Veneziano, a former Chanticleer out of Coastal Carolina. Makes me smile.
I wasn't sure if it was because it was a mid-major or you just wanted to say Chanticleer.
What is that, a rooster?
Yeah. That's the logo, at least. 1-2 pitch, and it hit Clase on the hand. Drops the bat and spins out of the way. Now tosses his hand protector onto the ground, and he's hunched over clearly in some pain. Jose Menestral, the head athletic trainer, is going to go out to check on Clase, who's inspecting his left hand.
And it looked like it hit him in that left wrist bone. He's pointing to it. Jose Menestral kind of having him squeeze his hand, but that is a tough place to be hit. A four-seam fastball right in that wrist bone.
Veneziano not typically wild. It wasn't that big of a miss, but he just clipped that tender area for Clase.
It's probably good that it just clipped it and didn't hit it square. I mean, that might not make it feel any better, but
Could break your wrist if it hits it square. Clase's going to stay into this ball game, and he'll go down to first, and maybe we'll see his first stolen base as a Blue Jay. Was caught the only time that he tried to steal as a Blue Jay. But a guy who's swiped over 200 bags in his minor league career. Leo Jimenez to the plate. Veneziano, the lefty, looks at first, and the pitch home is way inside. Almost hit Jimenez, who really doesn't need to be hit by another pitch. It's 1-0.
I don't know if this is a great time for Clase to try to steal. You have a lefty on the mound. Probably a little bit tougher to steal off of Veneziano, but you do break up that, or you do take away the double play from the Miami Marlins.
9-4 Miami, no outs. Bottom of the 6th. Next pitch is right down the middle, strike one. For the lefty Veneziano, this is appearance number 12 on the year and 14 in his career. This season he's got a 2.77 ERA in 13 innings. 1-1. Swing and a liner in left field and down for a base hit. Clase around second, headed to third. The throw comes in late. It's a head-first dive from the burner, Jonathan Clase. It's a second base hit of the day for Jimenez, and the Blue Jays have runners on the corners with nobody out.
And how fun was that, watching Jonathan Clase go first to third on a ball that was hit to left field? Most guys don't even think about that, but Clase running hard all the way and gets into third base with nobody out in this inning.
At times aggressive to a fault, but boy, can he fly. Clase with the jersey dirty gets up and leads off third. Jimenez off first. In the top of the order up for the Blue Jays, it's George Springer. 9-4 Marlins in the pitch. Fastball buckles Springer, called strike, 0-1.
I would also say that on that last play, Clase going first to third, there really was no need for him to go first to third there with nobody out this inning.
Always looks good if you pull it off, though.
It looked great.
0-1. Swing and a miss. Springer out in front there on a sweeper at the back foot. It's 0-2. Pretty solid day at the plate so far for George Springer. A walk, a single, and a run scored. 1 for 2 overall. 0-2. Inside, Springer started to swing but holds back.
It's a good take from George Springer right there, but on that previous pitch, that was definitely a strike. You rarely see catchers react that way. They obviously don't want to show the umpire up. Fortes doing a job of showing up Ryan Addison in that situation there, letting everybody know that he in fact thought that was a strike.
The 3-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Veneziano battles through that adversity to punch out Springer on a 96-mile-an-hour fastball. And there's one out.
It's a tough pitch, right at the hands. Tough pitch to swing through. But a big spot here for Nathan Lucas. Runners on first and third and one out in this inning.
It's a left-on-left matchup between Lucas and Veneziano. A look at first in the pitch. Outside, ball 1. 9-4 for the Marlins. 1 out, bottom of the 6th. Clase on third, Jimenez on first. Gil Kim, first base coach, talking in the ear of Leo Jimenez, who takes his lead held on by Jake Berger. 1-0. Called strike, front door sweeper, and Lucas just couldn't pull the trigger.
That is a good pitch to hit. Right down the middle.
It started at the front hip of Lucas, and you could just see him freeze for a second, and then he couldn't get the swing going. 1-1. Swing and a miss, puts the fastball by him at 95. Pretty good stuff from Veneziano. It's 1-2.
Yeah, that's a pretty good sequence. You flip in a breaking ball, and then you throw a really good mid-90s fastball on the inside part that kind of just ties him up. And now Nathan Lucas is probably wondering what he's about to throw.
Next pitch. Went back outside with a breaking ball, but couldn't get Lucas to chase. It's 2-2. Action in the bullpen for the Marlins. Mike Baumann is getting loose right now, who the Blue Jays have seen with a couple different teams this year. 2-2 pitch outside, 3-2. And perhaps with Vladimir Guerrero Jr. coming up, this is the last batter for the lefty, Veneziano. First and third, one out. 9-4 Marlins, bottom 6, and the 3-2. Hit foul off to the left. Looked like a late swing decision from Lucas, but as he realized that breaking ball was coming back over the plate, he just got a piece of it.
Yeah, good two-strike approach there. I mean, we've seen that so often this season from Nathan Lucas. He gets fooled, but he tries to just flick that ball and hits it foul. Good job from him.
Another 3-2. Line to left field. That's going to slice over the netting, out of play. Ricochet off the seats and pop back onto the left field turf. Still 3-2. Seven pitch battles so far. Veneziano to Lucas, and he misses outside. Ball 4. The bases are loaded with one out.
Such a good take from Nathan Lucas. That ball was just off the plate at 95 miles an hour. A tough left-on-left matchup. And now he gives an opportunity for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. to come up with the bases loaded, down by 5. A big spot in this ballgame.
Skip Schumacher, the Marlins manager, walking out to the mound, and he's going to make a pitching change. Anthony Veneziano retires 1 of 4 batters he faces, and like you said, it's Vladimir Guerrero Jr. coming up next, trying to change this game. 9-4 Marlins, bases loaded, 1 out, bottom of the 6th. Let's go to baseball control for the first time today. Here's your host, Show Ali.
Thank you very much, guys. And don't forget, we do have Jays Talk this evening. Blair and Barker have you covered for the post-game show. Jeff is down at the Rogers Center. He will throw out the numbers for you to call after the final out. All right, let's check the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Major League Baseball final weekend of baseball beginning around the league, and a lot of playoff spots have been filled. In the American League, the Tigers and Royals can each punch their ticket to the playoffs with a single win or with a Twins loss. That can happen as early as tonight. Conversely, the Twins need to win out and need one of Detroit or KC to lose out to make the playoffs. And the White Sox-Tigers game is actually over. It's a 4-1 Detroit win. So the Tigers are officially going to the playoffs for the first time in 10 years. They are the first team since the 1973 New York Mets to be at least 8 games under 500 in August and still make the postseason that year. So well done to them. On the other side, some less fun history, depending on where you sit. The White Sox losing their 121st game of the season, which sets the modern MLB record for losses in a single season. It breaks the record set by the 1962 Mets, which they set in their inaugural year. The White Sox are now 39-121. With 2 games to go. Elsewhere, Royals at Braves. Atlanta now up 3-0. Sean Murphy with a 2-run bomb. Both teams trying to clinch playoff spots. And Orioles at Twins. Baltimore up 2-0. Ryan O'Hearn with a bomb there. Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Mike Baumann on the mound for Miami. Back to the Rogers Center. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. The right-hander Mike Baumann is into the game for the Marlins. The 5th different team that he has pitched for this season, a career Oriole until 2024. He'll face Vladimir Guerrero Jr. with the bases loaded, 1 out, and the Marlins up 9-4. Guerrero with a chance to really change this game with 1 swing. Jonathan Clase on third, Leo Jimenez on second, Nathan Lucas on first, and Baumann's pitch fouled back. It's 0-1. For Baumann, across the 5 teams he's pitched with this year, 56 appearances and a .568 ERA. Most of his year with Seattle or Baltimore. 0-1. Swing and a fly ball center field. Going back, Stowers at the warning track, stops and makes the catch. Tagging from third and scoring is Clase. Up to third goes Jimenez. A near miss at a grand slam. It'll go as a sacrifice fly, and it's Marlins 9, Blue Jays 5.
Well, that was a lot of fun, wasn't it? Vladimir Guerrero Jr. about 10 feet from hitting a grand slam and pulling within one in this ball game, but Jonathan Clase able to come home for a run, and now the Blue Jays are down by 4 runs instead of 5.
Toronto just trying to chip away. Marlins led 9-3 and 6-0, their 2 largest leads. 9-5 now, 2 outs, bottom 6. Spencer Horwitz up in the pitch. Swing and a miss. Third time that Horwitz has faced Mike Baumann in his career, 0 for 2 against the righty. The 0-1. High, 1 ball, 1 strike. First and third, 2 outs for the Blue Jays. You do have Horwitz up, but you wonder if they're thinking about sending Lucas from first base. Nick Fortes does throw well, the catcher for Miami. 1-1. Chopped foul, 1-2.
And Baumann does do a good job of not really lifting that leg too high. So it would be tough for Nathan Lucas to get to second base, get a good jump on Baumann, but it's not a bad idea.
Horwitz came up with 2 in scoring position in the third, bounced a single up the middle to drive in a pair. He's also walked today, 1 for 2 overall. Hard throwing righty, Baumann is set. And the 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 97 down the middle beats him. And that will do it for the 6th inning. The Blue Jays load the bases and they get 1, but they leave a pair on. It's 9-5 Marlins going to the 7th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Beat the rush. Protect your vehicle with Canada's #1 rust protection today. Find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
We're 2menintruck.ca. We've got lots of men and lots of trucks, so get ready to be moved.
Think 2menintruck.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think 2menintruck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2menintruck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks, so give us a call today.
It's time to celebrate you with the Party at the Ballpark. On Friday, September 27th, dial up your fall wardrobe with the Blue Jays Fanel Giveaway presented by TD.
They go back-to-back in the bottom of the 9th. How much fun was that? It is loud here at Rogers Center, and 40,000 are chanting his name.
Get ready for good vibes and a chance to win great prizes.
What a weekend with the Blue Jays.
Fan Appreciation Weekend, presented by TD, September 27th, 28th, and 29th. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Green kicks and delivers. Swing and a miss. They defeat the Mariners
on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Timbermark broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue, Andrew Adams and Tom Young, our technical directors, Show Ali, our host and producer. 9-5, the Marlins leading the Blue Jays. Easton Lucas is back out for a 4th inning of relief work. Gave up 3 in the 4th, has pitched back-to-back scoreless innings since. He gets Griffin Conine here to start the 7th, and the pitch is up and in, ball 1. Conine really stung Lucas back in that 4th inning with a broken bat lofted single to shallow right field that scored 2. 1-0. Swing and a deep drive left field. Lucas sprinting back, turns at the warning track, looks up at the wall, and it's out of here. Griffin Conine with a solo home run that tipped off the top of the wall and went into the Blue Jay bullpen. And Conine with his third major league homer. Homers against the team that drafted him in 2018. Well, 10-5 Marlins.
I was talking last time Griffin Conine was up when he hit that broken bat base hit to right field, how strong he is, how big he is. And he just showed us right there with that home run into that Blue Jays bullpen out in left field, just stuck the bat out and hammered it out of there.
And that's going to be the end of the day for Easton Lucas. They kept him in to face the lefty Conine, but now with the right-handed hitter Otto Lopez coming up, it's going to be the Blue Jay debut of Brett DeGuss. 10-5 Marlins. Nobody out, top of the 7th inning. Let's go back to today's host. Your show, Ali.
Thanks very much, guys. Before we check the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Another reminder for Jays Talk this evening. Blair and Barker have you covered for the post-game show this evening. Jeff is down at the Rogers Center. He will throw out the numbers for you to call after the final out. All right, let's go back to the out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. We'll go back to the scores around Major League Baseball. We talked about the AL. Again, White Sox-Tigers is over. Detroit's headed to the playoffs following a 4-1 win. In the NL, a similarly chaotic story. Only 2 wild card spots available. Currently occupied by the Mets, 87 and 70. The Diamondbacks, 88 and 71. The Braves are on the outside looking in. They are 86 and 71. So the Mets and Braves were scheduled to play this past week, but thanks to the hurricane in the south of the USA, 2 games were postponed. The plan is for a doubleheader on Monday, and that doubleheader will only be played if they matter to one or both teams for playoff reasons. If we check the out-of-town scoreboard right now, the Royals-Braves game just wrapped up. The Braves won that one 3-0. And the Mets right now are trailing the Brewers 5-2 in Milwaukee. Elsewhere, the Twins are currently trailing the Orioles 2-0. So still some things to be sorted out when it comes to the NL wildcard race. But again, that doubleheader is tentatively scheduled for Monday. Scores elsewhere include the Dodgers leading the Rockies 6-1. We already know the Dodgers have clinched their division. We know the Rockies were long eliminated. But in this game, Shohei Ohtani stealing his 57th base of the year, which is a new benchmark for Japanese-born players. He surpasses the previous record of 56 set by Ichiro Suzuki. Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Back to the Rogers Center we go. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you, Show. The Blue Jay debut of Brett DeGuss getting underway with the Blue Jays down 10-5 to the Marlins. No outs, top of the 7th. Otto Lopez, former Blue Jay, is up right now. Lopez with a pair of hits today. Steps into the righty box. DeGuss's pitch. Fastball outside at 98, ball 1. DeGuss picked up by the Blue Jays on September 12th, off waivers from the Miami Marlins, actually. Pitched 7 times for Miami this year. He misses outside at 97, 2-0. In his career, the results have not been fantastic. 7 ERA in 58 games. But he's a guy with big stuff that the Blue Jays are trying to see if they can rein in. Here's 2-0. 97, top of the zone strike, 2-1.
DeGuss was a 33rd round pick in 2017 of the Dodgers. Guess what pick he was? Pick number 1,000.
It's pretty cool.
I've never seen that before.
2-1. High at 96, ball 3. For DeGuss, that hard fastball, too. It's not a straight fastball, but rather a sinker. Throws a knuckle curve and a cutter as well. Occasional split finger. 3-1. Low ball 4. It's going to be a 5-pitch walk to Lopez.
And as a pitching coach, as a baseball guy, I look at DeGuss and I see the arm, I see the movement, and you just don't see stuff like that every single day. Yes, the results haven't been great if you look at the last couple of years in the big leagues for DeGuss, but the stuff, you just don't find stuff like that every single day. That's the thing that makes me excited.
His first pitch to Kyle Stowers. Stowers shows bunt, pulls it back. Pitch was low, ball 1.
And I can almost guarantee that Pete Walker is thinking the same thing. If we could just figure this guy out, the arm is always going to be there.
High ceiling for guys who can throw in the upper 90s.
With movement.
1-0. Miss inside, 2-0. DeGuss, though, has been a high walk pitcher in his career. in his brief time at the major league level, and he's thrown 6 balls and 1 strike so far. He'll throw over to first now. Close play, but a dive back in time by Lopez. Clock was reset for a second. The Blue Jays briefly peeked at that replay to see if they picked off Lopez, decided not to challenge. Now the 2-0 is a breaking ball, a cutter actually, at 90 miles an hour for a strike, 2-1. Throw over to first, and it bounces away from Guerrero, who falls on top of the runner Lopez. Lopez goes up to second base on the error. And it's a runner in scoring position for the Marlins with nobody out.
And obviously not ideal. We're getting late into this ball game. The Blue Jays are down by 5. This is a big inning and a big time to get a 0 up there. Looked like Vladimir Guerrero Jr. actually wasn't ready for that throw.
See who they assess the error to on that one. An error for sure. 2-1 pitch to Stowers. High and outside, ball 3.
I would imagine that's DeGus's error for sure. It wasn't right at Vladimir Guerrero Jr. You had to reach over the runner, Otto Lopez, so that's probably the pitcher's error.
They have assessed it to Brett DeGus. Righty looks at second, the 3-1. High and outside, ball 4, and it's back-to-back walks for DeGus. Secure your seats for 20 Blue Jays games next season. The 2025 quarter season ticket memberships are on sale now, so lock in your seats right now. Save 15% compared to single game tickets. Visit BlueJays.com/quarter seasons. DeGus trying to get into the strike zone here. 10 pitches, 8 of them balls. First and second, nobody out, and the pitch to Nick Fortes. Hit off the handle, a pop-up in foul territory. Kirk scrambles back, but it goes into the seats. Nice catch from a fan falling over in his seat. He makes the play, but it'll just go as a strike, not an out. It's 0-1.
That might be the play of the day.
Falling back over his seat, reach back like Odell Beckham Jr.
And he's in those expensive seats, too.
So a little bit taller, I guess, a little more to contend with. Or are you more surprised he got 30 because he's in the expensive seats?
That one.
Yeah. 0-1. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Nick Fortes about to go into arbitration for the Miami Marlins. That'll be an interesting situation for Miami. 1-1. Pitch called outside, 2-1. So while Fortes has provided defensive value, he really has not hit incredibly well this year. And more of the problem for him is that the number 3 and number 9 prospects in the Marlins system are catchers, and they're in the upper levels of the system too. 2-1 pitch foul back, 2-2. Marlins got Agustin Ramirez, pardon me, their number 3 prospect in the Jazz Chisholm deal. He's at AAA right now, 23 years old. He's pushing the majors.
And we know that the Marlins don't love to spend money, so I'm assuming that Fortes will be a big leaguer at some point somewhere next year. It might just not be with the Marlins.
Yeah, they might trade him, potentially. 2-2. Hit on a soft line up the middle. Leaping catch by the second baseman, Jimenez. Wasn't hit all that hard, but still had to go a long way, and there's 1 down. Brett DeGus can take a bit of a deep breath as well after the back-to-back walks. He gets his first out as a Blue Jay. And now maybe a ground ball gets him out of the inning. First and second, 1 down. 10-5 Marlins, and the top of the order coming up. Xavier Edwards to the plate.
Tough guy to double up, though.
Very. Speedy Edwards, a switch hitter, goes back to hitting from the left side where he started the day, his better side of the plate. First pitch, called strike, 0-1.
16 pitches now for DeGus, just 6 strikes.
Back-to-back walks to start his outing. That's why Lopez is on second and Stowers is on first. Next pitch outside. Wave going around at Rogers Center, passing the right field bullpen. Kind of died out before the right field foul pole. 1-1. Swing and a deep drive. Right field, hooking toward the corner. That one bounces up against the wall. Around third, Lopez is going to score. Stowers getting the wave. He'll score. Edwards is into third. 3 triples in the game for Xavier Edwards. And the Marlins have a dozen now. It's 12-5.
Well, you can tell he's a guy that loves to hit triples. As soon as that baseball gets into a corner or in a gap, he is on his horse rounding first base. And if you watch him, you can tell that he doesn't want to slow down at second base, and he's thinking triple almost every single time. It's pretty impressive.
Even for a fast guy, 3 triples in a game is incredibly unlikely, and this is not a triples ballpark. But Edwards has that kind of speed and that kind of contact skill. Blue Jays are appealing to second base now as they think Edwards missed the bag. But the safe signal made by Gabe Morales out at second.
Yeah, Edwards is standing at third base, and he was watching the Blue Jays throw to second base to see if he in fact did touch second base. He was kind of dumbfounded, shaking his head.
Pitch down to Connor Norby, misses down and away, ball 1. For the last time a guy hit 3 triples in a game, you got to go all the way back to 2014. So it's been 10 years since anyone has pulled this off. It was Yasiel Puig who did it for the Dodgers at San Francisco, and that's absolutely a triples ballpark because of that really deep alley out in right center. Next pitch to Norby inside, 2-0. But Edwards is now just the 4th guy this century to have a 3 triple game. Next pitch is a called strike, 2-1. And by the way, a Marlin has never pulled off that feat. That's the first time they've ever done it. 2-1. Down and away, 3-1.
It's pretty surprising that the Blue Jays have the infield in right now, down by 7 runs in the top of the 7th.
You think just take the out where you can get it at this point?
Just take the out. And I know that John Schneider and coaches in that dugout probably think, or at least want to instill the thought process of we still have this ball game.
Line drive up the middle, and that's going to get into center field off the bat of Norby. A base hit. Edwards jogs home. Norby at first with a single.
But as we know, and I've talked about this a lot, especially with a really fast runner at third base, the chances of getting him out at home plate are really low with the infield in, with his speed. Just take the out.
I'm not sure it would have mattered on that one anyway, but I do agree with your sentiment there. Now the Blue Jays down 13-5, top of the 7th. And the pitch to Jake Berger. Slap down the right field line. Springer on the run. That's a fair ball bouncing into the right field corner. Norby around second, headed to third. He's going to get the wave. Relay to the plate. Cut off. Norby scores, and Jake Berger has a triple. Everybody can get one right now.
Something happened down in that right field corner. The ball bounced around, and then it got away from George Springer. Jake Berger, that was a weird triple just because that ball kind of bounced away from George Springer. But still, two triples in this inning now. And I believe the umpires are
challenging the safe call at first or third base.
Blue Jays are challenging the call at third right now, thinking that they got Berger on that relay. It was Springer to Leo Jimenez over to Addison Barger at third. Regardless, a run is going to come in to score. It's already 14-5. Just the question is Berger on third with 1 out, or are there 2 outs and the base is empty?
I mean, they might have got him. Looking at that replay, it looks like Berger is not on the bag when Addison Barger applies that tag. This call might be reversed.
It's a really awkward slide from Berger where he goes in feet first but then rolls over so that his stomach is pointed down to the ground rather than your back being pointed down to the ground. And he just kind of flipped over the bag a little bit, and Barger, to his credit, held the tag on him.
Have you ever done a bridge at the gym where you're on your elbows and then your toes? And
like a plank?
A plank,
yeah.
So that's what it kind of looked like he was doing. The base was underneath him, and he was planking over it as Addison Barger was tagging him.
Yeah, I mean, he's a power first DH. So it slides into bases on triples are not exactly the thing he has to focus on the most. But that was an awkward one. I have not really seen a guy slide like that.
That was brutal. That was a brutal slide.
Still a question, though, of whether he was fully off the bag. And the call on the field is safe. Blue Jays waiting on Addison Barger and Jake Berger are looking up at the video board right now over at third.
And we've really only seen one angle. I don't know if we need to see another one, but there's really only just been one angle of this play.
Chris Guccione and second base umpire Gabe Morales. Guccione, the third base ump, conferencing right now, waiting for New York's ruling. Again, it's 14-5 no matter what. Connor Norby came in to score. And Brett DeGuss is going to get some warm-up pitches, and this has been a lengthy review.
And normally when the review is this long, it tends to stay the same. At least that's the...
The field is overturned. The runner is out. Toronto will
there you go.
challenge.
So the Blue Jays do cut down Jake Berger and limit him to just a double. However, it still is a run-scoring play, and now a couple of touchdowns for the Marlins. They're up 14-5 on the Blue Jays. This is a 5-run top of the 7th inning. 2 outs now, and the base is empty.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. threw an absolute seed across the diamond to get that out.
It was Springer to Guerrero to Barger. 9-3-5. First pitch now to Jesus Sanchez, called strike, 0-1. Sanchez on 3 times today, a hit and 2 walks, also struck out once, 3 runs scored. 0-1. Swing and a miss. Well out in front of that off-speed pitch. It's 0-2. Sanchez steps out for a moment, asked for time, banging the handle of his bat off of the side of each of his feet. Oh-2. Called strike 3. DeGuss strikes out Sanchez, and the top of the 7th inning is over, but the Marlins create some considerable distance, scoring 5 runs. They send us to the 7th inning stretch, up 14-5 on the Blue Jays. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball.
With a 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple. For a free in-home estimate, call today. We're 2 men in a truck.
2 men and a truck. The movers who care.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Beat the rush. Protect your vehicle with Canada's #1 rust protection today. Find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Here I come! Sportsnet, your ultimate hockey destination. With more matchups than anywhere else, including Scotiabank Wednesday Night Hockey and Hockey Night in Canada.
Wild action!
With in-depth analysis on Hockey Central, plus live stream games even on the go with the Sportsnet app. The puck drops October 8th. Dive into the action with Sportsnet. Here for hockey. Here I come! This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Jose Berrios with a trio of strikeouts to end a scoreless 6.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Timbermark broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. 14-5 Marlins, bottom of the 7th, and the pitch to Alejandro Kirk from Mike Baumann. Here's high, ball 1. Blue Jays had inched a little bit closer in this game a couple times, but a 5-run top of the 7th inning by Miami. 1-0 pitch, called strike, 1-1. I mean, anything is possible, but 9 runs the Blue Jays have to score before 9 outs are made. 1-1. Swing and a sharp liner, foul right side, 1-2.
Ryan Burr's now warming up in that Blue Jays bullpen. I'm imagining that he's coming in to start this next inning here for the Toronto Blue Jays.
Blue Jays do have a very fresh bullpen coming off an off day and then a strong start by Kevin Gausman, 6 innings before that. 1-2. Swinging a sharp grounder to second base, scooped up by Otto Lopez. Former Blue Jay throws to first, 1 out.
But you'd also mention that Yariel Rodriguez is starting tomorrow. We don't know the pitch limit. We don't know how many innings he will be going tomorrow. And then, of course, Chris Bassett isn't starting on Sunday, so it could very well be a Ryan Yarbrough type of bullpen day. So you might want to have some fresh arms down there for that one.
Wouldn't be shocked if some moves potentially are made too. First pitch to Addison Barger. High and outside, ball 1. Mentioned Lucas and DeGus were added recently with Pop and Nance going down. Blue Jays maybe find a way to get more fresh arms on the roster. 1-0. High, 2-0. Especially Lucas today threw a ton of pitches. Easton Lucas threw 48 out of the bullpen. He might be down for the next 2 days, so the end of the season. 2-0. Down and in, ball 3.
And like you mentioned, they have Zach Pop, they have Tommy Nance. Those are guys that are just paper moves at this point.
Bauman kicks and deals. And misses down and in, ball 4. A 4-pitch walk to Barger. He's aboard for the first time today. And here comes Ernie Clement. Clement 1 for 3 today. If you go back to the 4th inning, he smoked a home run out to left field. His 12th of the season. 1 out, runner on first in the pitch. Down and away, ball 1. Clement with an on-base plus slugging of .699. 1-0. Downstairs, 2-0.
And if you're Mike Bauman at this point, the only thing you're trying to do is fill up the strike zone. Let the Blue Jays hitters make contact with that baseball. You're up by 9 runs in the bottom of the 7th inning. Guys just want to go shower. That's really all they want to do at this point.
2-0. Low ball 3. Well, if you're the Marlins, who got in at 5 in the morning today, you just want to sleep, I imagine.
Well, shower then sleep.
Yes.
I would imagine.
I'd hope. 3-0 pitch, low ball 4, and Clement, who homered off Bauman the one previous time he faced him, takes a walk. Back-to-back free passes on 4 pitches. And it's first and second for the Blue Jays with nobody out in the bottom of the 7th.
And you can only imagine what Skip Schumacher is thinking down in that Marlins dugout right now. Just throw the ball over the plate, give somebody a chance to make contact with that baseball. As the Marlins have a little mound meeting right now.
The Marlins went 13 innings with the Twins yesterday, used 7 relievers. While they did make a move today, putting Declan Cronin on the injured list and adding Mike Bauman, they're not very fresh. They don't want to have to use a lot of relievers, but they aren't getting a lot of outs out of the pen. Anthony Veneziano came in, faced 4 guys and got 1 out. Bauman has faced 5, and he has recorded 3 outs, one of them a sac fly, but he's walked the last 2. Jonathan Clase is up for the Blue Jays. Hit by a pitch last inning, came around to score. First pitch outside, ball 1. Make it 9 balls in a row for Bauman to start this inning.
And he's now thrown 19 pitches, 8 strikes.
1-0. Called strike, 1-1.
And he just got some help there from Ryan Additon. That ball was a little bit outside. You could tell Clase did not like that call.
Breeze blowing through Rogers Center now. The 1-1, swing and a miss. 97, maybe a hair off the plate outside, 1-2. Can't imagine it's been an easy year for Mike Bauman. I mean, you know a bit, Chris, of the up and down of a reliever. 5 different teams in 1 year. Must be a hectic time in the personal life of a baseball player. 1-2 pitch fouled back, still 1-2.
You have to wonder what's going on with Mike Baumann. You look back to last year, this is a guy that was 10-1 with the Baltimore Orioles in 60 ball games. I mean, and then he comes into this season, and like you said, such an up and down season. It has to wreak havoc on your confidence, on your family.
The weird thing is he was pitching well with Baltimore when he got DFA'd by them. Ever since, it's been a struggle. 1-2, way up and in. Clase spins out of the way. Baumann starts this year with Baltimore, throws 17 games to a 3.44 ERA, and gets let go. Ever since, it has not gone well, but he never really pitched that poorly for the Orioles. Clase bangs his bat off the plate, looks out at the righty Baumann. 2-2. Swing and a foul off to the left.
I mean, you look at his season, he had a 3.44 with Baltimore. I'm not really sure why they would let him go, especially with the stuff that he has. That last fastball he threw was 97 miles an hour. But then he was only in San Francisco for one game, gave up a few runs in that inning.
Next pitch high, 3-2.
Sorry, 2 runs in just 2/3 of an inning. So he didn't really get an opportunity there. And then 10 games with the Angels, 11 games with the Marlins, and really just hasn't pitched that well since.
His 3-2. Swing and a fly ball. Center field. Racing back Stowers. The center fielder on the edge of the track makes the catch. 2 down. Barger will tag from second, advance to third. The Blue Jays have runners on the corners with Leo Jimenez coming up. Baumann is certainly an interesting guy for a team like the Marlins to hold at this point in the year because he's on average 97 with the fastball, high 80s with the knuckle curve. It's the kind of stuff we were talking about in the top half of the inning that you can't really teach. And Baumann now will face a pinch hitter. Davis Schneider is going to come in to hit for Leo Jimenez. Interesting move with Jimenez 2 for 3 on the day. We'll see if everything's all right with Leo. Pitch to Schneider. High ball 1.
Yeah, when you're thinking of the waiver wire, if I'm Ross Atkins, I'm thinking of guys with big stuff, big arms, strikeout stuff. You can teach them how to throw a strike. You can teach them how to throw a changeup or a split finger. You worry about that stuff next.
1-0. High and outside, 2-0.
That's when you have to trust your coaching staff. You trust John Schneider. You trust Pete Walker. You trust those guys to figure them out. Your job as a GM is just go out and get big stuff guys.
2-0. Schneider takes again, ball 3, and Baumann has been wild in this inning, issuing 2 walks already. Both were 4-pitch walks, and he's in danger of issuing a third 4-pitch walk in the inning. Righty kicks and delivers, and hits the top corner of the zone, strike 1.
That last fastball, 98 miles an hour. It's the kind of guy that I want to claim on waivers, that's for sure.
It's definitely talent, you know. Hasn't always worked out, but it is talent. 3-1. Called strike on the outside edge at 96, and it's a full count. Ernie Clement's going to get the head start from first. He's not being held on by Jonah Bride. Runner on third, Barger. 14-5 Marlins. Full count, 2 outs, bottom of the 7th. Baumann's pitch. Bounce to the plate, ball 4. And that's going to send Schneider down to first and load the bases for the Blue Jays with George Springer coming up. Skip Schumacher is walking out to the mound, and it looks like it's going to be another pitching change coming up here for the Marlins. Baumann cannot get out of this 7th inning with a trio of walks, and with that, the Blue Jays have loaded the bases, down 14-5, 2 outs, bottom 7. Here's today's host. It's Joe Ali.
Thanks very much, guys. And before we check the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. A quick reminder, we do have Jays Talk this evening. Blair and Barker have you covered for the post-game show this evening. Jeff is down at the Dome. He will throw out the numbers for you to call after the final out. All right, let's check that out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. We'll continue checking the scores around Major League Baseball. A reminder on some of the games that are already finished. The Tigers beat the White Sox 4-1. The Braves beat the Royals 3-0. So the Tigers clinching their spot in the playoffs tonight. The Braves were on the outside looking in. They are trying to clinch a spot themselves. The Padres lead the Diamondbacks. Diamondbacks currently occupying one of those 2 NL wildcard spots. Padres leading 2-0 top of the first inning. The Twins trailing the Orioles. Twins need a lot of help to get into the playoffs, but the Orioles leading the Twins 2-0. And the Mets, who also currently occupy one of the 2 NL wildcard spots, they trail the Brewers 6-2, end of the 4th inning. Week 4 in the NFL continuing this weekend. Lots of injury updates around the league. For the Raiders, some players already being ruled out. No Devontae Adams or Max Crosby. They will not play against Cleveland. The Eagles are listing Devontae Smith as out as well. His teammate A.J. Brown is being listed as questionable. The Texans say Tank Dell and Dameon Pierce are both out. The Jags confirm that Evan Engram is out. He will miss another week. And a late one popping up in New Orleans. The Saints saying Chris Olave is suffering a hamstring injury. He is now questionable for Sunday, along his teammate, running back Alvin Kamara. He is also questionable with a cracked rib. Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get back down to the Rogers Center. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Welcome back to Rogers Center. The Blue Jays have loaded the bases in the bottom of the 7th inning, and a new pitcher is on for the Miami Marlins. Right-hander Sean Anderson, the long-haired righty, takes over to take on George Springer and try to get the final out of the 7th that Mike Baumann could not after 3 walks. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Right on right, Anderson kicks and fires to Springer. Swing and a mile-high pop-up middle of the infield. Bride, the first baseman, coming in. Calls off Fortes, the catcher, and just in front of the plate makes the catch to end the inning. We go to the 8th with the Blue Jays down 14-5. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The NASCAR Cup Series is on SiriusXM.
Let's go, man!
We're back on the track Sunday.
2 p.m. Eastern.
It's the Hollywood Casino 400 from Kansas Speedway.
Checker flag, baby. Yeah!
On SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90. In the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Oh, yeah!
Get closer to everything that moves you wherever you are with the SiriusXM app.
Let's make some smoke and drink some beer. Yeah!
Are you regretting eating that gas station hot dog? Yeah, we know. We've been there too. This is a message for baseball fans like you. Did you know that you get a channel that's talking baseball 24/7 as part of your SiriusXM subscription? What? Our lineup includes shows hosted by former big leaguers and executives. Plus, you'll hear from 17 managers each week. MLB Network Radio is on SiriusXM Channel 89, or just search MLB Network Radio on the SXM app. SiriusXM Sports. We're more than just a game.
A new year in the NBA is right around the corner, and NBA Radio has you covered.
Tatum muscles it up and scoring the foul.
Our experts are breaking down the entire league.
That's going to be a fun team to watch.
And bringing you inside the locker room.
It is a must-win game.
Basketball season is just weeks away, and your 24/7 home for hoops is SiriusXM NBA Radio, Channel 86, and the all-new SiriusXM app.
24/7, 365 coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership or the Sportsnet Radio Network. Welcome back to Rogers Center. Marlins 14, Blue Jays 5. Top of the 8th inning. Ryan Burr is on. Righty's pitch, and it's called strike one. Burr facing off with the right-handed hitting first baseman Jonah Bride. Griffin Conine and Otto Lopez will hit this inning too. 0-1 pitch is a slider just outside. 1-1. For Ryan Burr, it's appearance number 33 on the year, 3.5 ERA. 1-1. Swing and a high fly ball. Deep left field. Luke is back, runs out of room. It's a 2-homer day for Jonah Bride. 15-5, the Marlins lead after the solo shot.
Well, that was just a hanging breaking ball from Ryan Burr. He threw a pretty good one outside, and pitching 101 is when you throw a good one, you don't want to throw a hanger over the middle of the plate. He just left it middle. and Bride just hammered it for his second home run of the ballgame.
Guy who came in with 9 home runs in 68 games has boosted that total up to 11. It's pretty swing right there. And the Marlins are tripling up the Blue Jays. First pitch to Griffin Conine, called strike 1. If you weren't with us earlier, the Marlins entered today 28th in Major League Baseball and last in the National League in runs per game at 3.84. You wouldn't know it if you just dropped in today as the 0-1 misses outside to Conine, 1-1.
And not only that, they're coming up against Jose Berrios, one of the hottest Blue Jays pitchers, if not the hottest.
1-1 pitch hit off the end of the bat, foul, 1-2. Scored 6 off Berrios in 3 innings, 4 off Easton Lucas in 3+, 4 off Brett DeGus in an inning, and now 1 off Ryan Bird before an out recorded. 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Conine goes down on the slider, 1 out.
And that's where he wanted that slider in the previous at-bat on that home run. Instead, he left it over the middle of the plate. Obviously a home run, but Ryan Bird's a guy with really good stuff. Mid-90s fastball, that slider right there, strikeout stuff, a guy that I want in my bullpen for 2025.
Burr wiping some sweat from his forehead, now wipes his right hand on his pants. And goes up against a pinch hitter now. First pitch, high, ball 1. Vidal Brujan, pardon me, they called that a strike. Vidal Brujan, the former Tampa Bay Ray, and switch hitter, is up batting from the left side. Burr's 0-1. Hit off the end of the bat, foul. So a pretty nice day ends for Otto Lopez in his return to Toronto as a Marlin. Lopez ends up 2 for 3 with a walk and 2 runs scored, and now Brujan, a .223 hitter, appears in his 102nd game of the year. 0-2. Flare off the end of the bat to shallow center. Moving in Clase, starts a walk and makes the catch above his head. 2 down.
I figured out why some of the Marlins guys are wearing red cleats, red belt, red sleeves. There's a little bit of red in their logo, maybe a piping too on the sleeve. Not enough to wear all that red though.
Well, I will say there's not that much red in the Blue Jay logo, and there does seem to be a lot of red accessories. Another pinch hitter now. Javier Sanoja is up. Right on right, the pitch. Called strike, 0-1. Sanoja comes in the spot of Kyle Stowers, who ends his day 0 for 1 with 3 walks. For Sanoja, it's only his 14th career Major League game, .267 batter. 0-1 pitch is slapped foul to the right. 0-2. 15-5 for the Marlins. 2 outs and the bases empty. Top of the 8th inning. 0-2 count. And the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Burr punches out Sanoja, but the Marlins do add to their lead. The leadoff solo shot by Jonah Bride, and it's 15-5 Miami, middle of the 8th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
We're 2 men in a truck, the movers who care. You never know when cardiac arrest can happen. That's why each and every one of our trucks carries a life-saving Mikey defibrillator as part of our Mikey on Board program. Whether we're on the highway or in front of your house, we're prepared to help anyone whose heart may skip a beat. The Mikey Network has saved many lives, making Mikeys accessible to the public. And now they're on board our trucks. We're 2 men in a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between pizza and inflation. First to the plate, with over 2 million sold, it's Fixed Rate Pizza, a hot and fresh extra-large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for Fixed Rate Pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
Mondays on City TV.
My heart is racing.
Life moves forward.
It's a scene I've seen so many times.
Love finds a way.
And this time, it's me.
It's Jones time.
I am greeting the next love of my life.
For another chance at love.
I'm not scared anymore. I'm ready for the journey to begin.
The Golden Bachelorette. All new. Mondays 8/7 Central on City TV or stream it on City TV Plus.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. He gets Verdugo for his 7th strikeout.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom of the 8th inning, Blue Jays trailing the Miami Marlins 15-5. Thanks for sticking around with us in the opener of this final series of the season. I'm Ben Schulman. To my left is the former Marlin, Chris LaRue. Nathan Lucas to hit for the Blue Jays. 2 for 3 today with a single, a double, an RBI, a run scored, and a walk. The pitch. Called strike. Still Sean Anderson in the game for the Marlins. He came on with 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th, threw 1 pitch to George Springer to get him to pop up and strand the bases loaded. Next offering to Lucas is hit on a line left field. Starting in, now moving back, Griffin Conine leaps a little bit to make the catch. Bit of a misstep there, but he makes up for it, and there's 1 out.
Yeah, obviously that ball was hit just a little bit harder than he thought. Nathan Lucas drills it the other way, but as a left fielder, it's tough to field those line drives, those top spin line drives off the bat of left-handed hitters, and obviously Conine had a tough time right there.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. up now, and the pitch from Anderson. Strike 1. Speaking of the Marlins defense, they had 2 pinch hitters in the top half of the inning. Vidal Brujan pinch hit in the spot of Otto Lopez, and Javier Sanoja in the spot of Kyle Stowers. Brujan now at second, Sanoja now in center. 0-1. Swing and a hard liner, left center field, a base hit. Make it 199 on the season for Guerrero, who pummels that into left center for a 1-out single.
Yeah, that ball was smoked. You think if Xavier Edwards hit that ball, he'd be at third right now?
I think he'd score all the way. I'd have to look up if anyone has ever hit 4 triples in a game if he did that, although we are going to potentially see Edwards hit again in the 9th inning. It's going to be a pinch runner for the Blue Jays. They'll get Guerrero out of this lopsided game. 15-5, the Marlins lead. Luis De Los Santos is on. Running in the spot of Vlad, and De Los Santos not held on at first. 1 out, the pitch to Spencer Horwitz. Called strike. Anderson kicks and delivers home, and Horwitz takes outside, ball 1. We know Yariel Rodriguez will go for the Blue Jays tomorrow in the 3:07 first pitch game here at Rogers Center. We don't know who will start for the Marlins. 1-1. Swing and a hard grounder, backhanded at second base. Brujan flips to second 1. Edwards to first, 4-6-3 double play. And that will do it for the 8th inning. 1 hit for the Blue Jays, that's all. We go to the 9th with the Marlins leading 15-5. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
NFL fans, Christopher Russo here, and on SiriusXM Mad Dog Sports Radio, we give you NFL talk with a bite to it. First, it's our Monday morning quarterback, Adam Shine, 9 Eastern.
Let me make sure I'm clear, tough guy.
He looks beyond the wins and losses and identifies the trends you need to know. Every week on Mad Dog Unleashed, you're going to hear Super Bowl MVP Phil Simms and insiders Peter Schrager and Mike Lombardi preview the action. We're talking football all week long on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82, in the car, and the SiriusXM app.
Every night after the final out, the Round Trip Roundup brings you the scores, highlights, and analysis from every game across Major League Baseball, all in less than 30 minutes.
Swung on and missed, strike 3 and a no-hitter.
It's the perfect way to get caught up on all the night's biggest home runs and best performances.
And a high drive, deep right center.
It's the Round Trip Roundup on MLB Network Radio, every night on SiriusXM Channel 89 and every morning on the SiriusXM app.
You love listening to baseball. You love talking about baseball, and so do we. That's why SiriusXM has the only channel on the radio dedicated to baseball 24/7. It's MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, original specials, and much, much, much more. All baseball, every day, on your radio. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
In season or out of season, the number one place for college sports is SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
The Sportsnet Radio Network.
Top of the ninth inning in Toronto, and a new right-hander into the game for the Blue Jays. Toronto calls on Tyler Heineman to finish out this one. The switch-hitting catcher steps onto the hill to face 9-1-2 in the Marlin order. Can't say either of us thought that this is how tonight was going to finish up. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. First pitch from Heineman is 60 miles an hour outside, ball one.
Well, Heineman does have one inning in the big leagues as a pitcher.
A scoreless inning at that.
That's a quick inning. 7 pitches in that inning that he threw for the San Francisco Giants.
Quickly falls behind 2-0. The next pitch popped up. Foul territory, first base side. Kirk angling towards it, makes the catch. And in 3 pitches, Heineman has his first out.
Well, he's got his work cut out for him if he wants to get 2 outs on 4 pitches here to tie his record.
The Marlins have scored against every Blue Jay pitcher that's come into this game today. We'll see if Heineman breaks the trend. He does have to face Xavier Edwards, one of 3 players this century to triple 3 times in a game. Or 4 players, rather, and he did it tonight. First pitch to Edwards, hit on the ground is second. Speared by Schneider, throws across his body, and the throw pulls De Los Santos at first off the bat. Probably a base hit. Schneider was running towards second base, and Edwards is really quick. And they are going to go with a hit allowed by Heineman. So now he's got to worry about his ERA. There's a runner on first with 1 out. I mean, it's weak contact.
That's what you want. If you're John Schneider, if you're Pete Walker, if you're Ross Atkins, and you're thinking about your bullpen for 2025.
All right. First pitch to Connor Norby, hit foul 0-1. (15-5) Marlins, 1 out, top of the ninth. Tyler Heineman on with a runner on first base. He deals to Norby. Swing and a liner, right field, hanging up, a slide from Stuart Baroa, who just subbed in for George Springer, and he makes the catch, 2 down.
Well, who else but Stuart Baroa? I don't think George Springer is sliding to catch that baseball. Tyler Heineman, little tip of the cap out to Stuart Baroa. What a play out there. Down by 10 runs, too. What an effort.
This is such a weird happen. 2 outs and a runner on first. Marlins up 10, and the pitch to Jake Berger is 51 at the knee, strike 1. The fans who are remaining here are loving this right now. 0-1. Hit off the handle, a little liner to first, caught by De Los Santos. Call it a scoreless top of the ninth for Tyler Heineman. Fans on their feet applauding the catcher turned pitcher. We go to the bottom of the ninth inning. Toronto down by 10. 15-5 your score. We'll be back in a moment. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between Pizza and inflation. First to the plate, Pizza's big hitter, fixed rate pizza. An extra large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. I dare say, folks, inflation stands no chance against this all-star. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for fixed rate pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
We're 2menintruck.ca. We've got lots of men and lots of trucks, so get ready to be moved.
Think 2menintruck.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think 2 men in a truck, 2 men in a truck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2 men in a truck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks. So give us a call today.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Ronnie rocks the ball to left field. The Blue Jays have gone back-to-back.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball. Show Alley with you at Baseball Control in our downtown Toronto studios. The Jays trail the Marlins 15-5 as we head to the bottom of the ninth at the Rogers Center. Don't forget, we do have Jays Talk this evening. Blair and Barker have you covered for the post-game show. Jeff is down to the Rogers Center with the guys. He will throw out the numbers to call after the final out. Blue Jays Baseball, as always, brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Once again, the Jays trail the Marlins 15-5 as we head to the bottom of the ninth at the Rogers Center with the call. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you, Show. 15-5, like you mentioned, after a dominant inning from Tyler Heineman. And the first pitch from Sean Anderson, hit up the middle by Alejandro Kirk into center field. It's a leadoff single.
I love that you really emphasized a dominant inning from Tyler Heineman.
He faced 4 batters, and the only hit was an infield single. He had the top of the order.
Dude gave up a base hit, man. That wasn't dominant.
It was kind of dominant. I'm sticking with it. Runner on first for the Blue Jays. No holds for the Marlins, up 10. Addison Barger up in the pitch. Fastball outside, ball 1. I mean, you said it yourself. He blew up Jake Berger, their top power hitter, on a 48-mile-per-hour pitch that for some reason was listed as a slider. 1-0. Check swing, called strike, 1-1.
What do we got for the exit velo?
On the Berger hit?
Yeah.
It's not good.
It's not.
It came in at 48, it went out at 48. 1-1. Check swing, called strike, 1-2.
And the best part about him coming off the mound is the crowd gave him a standing ovation, and then he actually acknowledged that he was getting a standing ovation with a little peace sign, a little Bowden Francis peace sign.
I mean, credit to the fans not only sticking around, but cheering on Heidemann. 1-2 pitch is ripped by Barger through the right side, another base hit. Blue Jays have runners on first and second, nobody out. Down 15-5, bottom of the ninth.
What do you think Sean Anderson's thinking right now? Tyler Heineman just came out, got a quick inning, throwing 48 miles an hour, and Sean Anderson is doing everything he can to get guys out right now.
Maybe he's thinking, got to work the eephus in my next bullpen.
I don't know about all that.
Ernie Clement's up now, 1 for 3 with a solo home run and a walk. Anderson looks at second and delivers home. Strike 1 on a fastball on the outside corner. Kirk on second, Barger on first. The 0-1. Swing and a liner, right center field, and caught by a running Jesus Sanchez for the first out of the bottom of the ninth. Marlins were really playing in right and center. That one almost snuck over the head, but Anderson picks up and out, now his third inning of work, and he'll face Jonathan Clase, the rookie, here with 1 out, runners on first and second. 15-5 Marlin advantage. Marlins scored 9 runs in the first 4 innings, a 5-run 7th and 1 in the 8th. Pitch to Clase, called strike. Clase a little bit quiet today, 0 for 3, a hit by pitch and a run scored. The 0-1. Check swing, called strike, and he's in an 0-2 hole. Let's go Blue Jays chance at Rogers Center. Toronto down 15-5. Third to last game of the year. 0-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Pitch in the dirt. Clase takes off to run, but he can't. First base is occupied with 1 out. So they are now 2 down. Last chance for the Blue Jays is Davis Schneider. Schneider came off the bench in the 7th inning as a pinch hitter. Walked in the spot of Leo Jimenez. The pitch to Davis Schneider. Nope, instead it's going to be a step off. 15-5 Marlins. Runners on first and second. 2 outs. Bottom of the ninth. Pitch home. Swing and a grounder to third. This should do it. Norby up with it. Crowhops throws to first. And the ball game is over. The Marlins, with a steady stream of offense, thump the Blue Jays in the opener. 15-5, the final score in favor of Miami.
Well, Jose Berrios just really wasn't himself from the first pitch today. We saw that really early on. The velocity was a little bit down. The fastball was erratic with the command. Even the slurve that's been so good over the last 10 starts or so just wasn't really there. He tried to figure out the changeup. That came along, but then the fastball again. When you don't have the fastball, when you don't have that sinker, you're going to struggle, even against bad offensive teams like the Miami Marlins. But Jose Berrios has been so good. I'll give him a pass on this one.
Berrios and the Blue Jays fall in this series opener. We're going to take a quick step aside, wrap this one up, and get you over to Blue Jays Talk with Blair and Barker. Stick around. 15-5 final score. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
It's time to celebrate you with the Party at the Ballpark. On Friday, September 27th, dial up your fall wardrobe with the Blue Jays Fanal Giveaway presented by TD.
They go back-to-back in the bottom of the ninth. How much fun was that? It is loud here at Rogers Center, and 40,000 are chanting his name.
Get ready for good vibes and a chance to win great prizes.
What a weekend for the Blue Jays.
Fan Appreciation Weekend, presented by TD, September 27th, 28th, and 29th. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Beat the rush. Protect your vehicle with Canada's #1 rust protection today. Find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. He keeps this game tied
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The Blue Jays fall at Rogers Center in the series opener. 15-5, the final score in favor of the Miami Marlins. Thank you so much for tuning in tonight. We're getting you over to Blue Jays Talk in just a couple of seconds. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. And Chris, we talked about Jose Berrios at the end of that broadcast. He obviously just did not have his best night after a string of phenomenal starts. But in general, Blue Jays pitching had trouble getting out. So it really wasn't just Berrios, as the Blue Jays end up surrendering 15 runs to the Marlins, including multiple runs in 4 different innings.
Well, Easton Lucas and a couple of the other relievers that came into this ballgame, they just struggled throwing strikes. When you're down by 3, 4, 5, 6 runs early in a ballgame, as a reliever, your job is to come into the ballgame, pound the strike zone with the fastball, and get early contact. And the Blue Jays just weren't doing that. Really, the only reliever that did that today, or reliever, you know where I'm going.
I know where you're going.
I was going to say that Ryan Burr did it, and then Tyler Heineman did it. He just pounded the strike zone. You're down by 10 runs. Come into a ballgame, get your team off the field and back into the dugout. That's your job.
Blue Jays end up dropping this one 15-5. The consolations, Ernie Clement hits his 12th home run of the year. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. with a pair of hits. He now sits on 199 with 2 games to go. You also had a couple of hits from Leo Jimenez in 3 at-bats. But Toronto drops it 15-5. Miami scoring 15 runs on 17 hits, 1 error, 6 left. The Blue Jays 5 runs on 12 hits, 1 error, 13 left. The loss for Berrios, he's now 16-11. The win for Adam Aller, he goes to 2-4. No save today in a game that took 3 hours and 7 minutes in front of just under 32,000 at Rogers Center. Toronto drops it. They go to 74-86. The Marlins pick up their 60th win of the year, now 60-100. We'll be back tomorrow at 3:07 Eastern. Yariel Rodriguez goes for the Blue Jays, but after Darren McCacken pitched in relief yesterday, it's a TBD right now for the Marlins, potentially a bullpen day. So we will let you know when we get back on the air tomorrow. Thanks so much for tuning in tonight. For our technical directors, Andrew Adams and Tom Young, our host and producer, Show Ali, and my partner, Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Schulman, saying I hope you have a great rest of your night, and stick with us on the Sportsnet Radio Network. Blue Jays Talk with Blair and Barker starts right now.
All right, Kevin Barker. I wonder if a team that's 74-86 and a bazillion games out on September 26th with 2 games left to play has ever had a closed-door meeting. You think? Nope. 15-5, the Miami Marlins, who arrived in town at 5 a.m. with one of the worst offenses in baseball, put the boots to the Blue Jays in front of a crowd of just over 31,000. The first game of the final homestand of this regular season. The numbers, as always, 416-870-0590, star 590, 1-888-866-0590. Congratulations, by the way, to the Detroit Tigers. They have punched their tickets to the postseason, beating the Chicago White Sox today, and in the process, helping the White Sox set a record. So this was probably not the most embarrassing thing to happen in baseball tonight, Kevin Barker, would be my guess.
Yeah, I don't think so. Look, congratulations to the Detroit Tigers, right? And Scooble gets to pitch game 1, which is probably the most important part out of all that. And, you know, again, it just gets back to the conversation that me and you've been having basically since June, that this could be the Blue Jays, right? I mean, if they would have tried to add some pieces to the pen, you know, I'm not saying that they would have made the playoffs, but they could have maybe been in the hunt and had a little bit of an opportunity to play some meaningful games down the stretch. Didn't happen, and, you know, sort of tonight I think is the tale of the whole entire season, right? They were 2 for 15 runners in scoring position, and, you know, Berrios, it is what it is. He just didn't have it. I mean, you wake up sometimes and things ain't going where you want them to go. Pen looked like the pen.
Yeah.
Like that's it.
Oh, buddy. Yeah. No surprise. No surprise. The only surprise pitching in terms of pitching tonight was Jose Berrios, given the way he's been, he's been recently. That was he had a chance for a career high, 16 wins, and the runs allowed. I mean, his previous worst game was 8 earned runs against the Phillies in 3 2/3 innings. That was in a 10-1 loss on May 7th. 416-870-0590, star 590, 1-888-666-0590, 590 is the text line. Wherever you want to go with this, folks. You want to talk about the game? You want to talk about the season? Hell, you want to talk about the Detroit Tigers, want to talk about the postseason, wherever you want to go. 416-870-0590, star 590, 1-888-666-0590. Vladimir Guerrero Jr., Kevin Barker, 199 hits. He's closing in 200. That's really, I think, the thing we are all focusing on right now. I mean, what do you think was the issue for Berrios? Is there one thing you could point to today?
Yeah, not really. I mean, could it have been he wasn't real engaged because of who he was facing, didn't really know any of the guys, didn't know how to attack them, where they were at in the standings, you know, where the season's at. It's almost coming to an end.
He was getting ahead. I mean, at one point he had 10 of 12 first pitch strikes. So it wasn't as if he was falling back or behind from the get-go. Now his velo was down about a little more than a mile an hour. I don't know if that's, you read anything into that in that situation.
Yeah, I think it's a bunch of things, right? He needs the back door and the front hip too, same where the back door slurve, the back foot slurve. Like, he needs all those things working. If not, he's starting to abuse the change up a little bit more. You know, the fastball just didn't look like it had the zip to it. The self-correcting to, you know, once it went off the tracks, to get it back on the tracks a little quicker, just to be more competitive, have a little quicker action. Just didn't seem like he had it, right? Both sides of the plate doing the things he needed to do with the late movement on the slurve. Again, what's the reason for it? Who knows? Like, it's a marathon, and, you know, some of these dudes sometimes just wake up and it ain't there, and I think that's sort of what Berrios is going through tonight. It shouldn't deter what he was doing in the entire season. I mean, he I think, solidified who the opening day starter is next year, for me anyway, and
yep.
You know, this is sort of, I think, what Berrios brings. He's consistently handed the ball every 5 days. I think coming in the next season, that's what you'll get. And hopefully when they add better offense to what they already have, that will be enough to, sort of allow a veteran big three to do whatever it takes to give a lineup a chance to have the big inning. And I wouldn't expect anything different. Again, I don't think this is going to hurt him mentally or force him into trying to make a mechanical change or anything like that. Again, of
course not. No, it's
can't point to one thing. It was just, again, it's one of them days where things just weren't working out.
I did get a chance to see a guy get 3 triples in a game, which is pretty damn rare. That was quite exciting.
What's kind of fun to watch is Clase run. Holy moly. Like, you talk about picking them up and setting them down. I didn't even care he got thrown out of third with 2 outs.
God, no.
Yeah,
Not
who
at
cares?
all.
Like, I mean, that speed there you don't see every day. And, Buck Martinez is exactly right. You'd rather have athleticism than to try and invent ways to force a guy to be a big leaguer. I mean, that dude had all the tools in the world. Now it's just up to a coaching staff, in the minor leagues because of his age to refine, and especially where the baseball team's at next year. He's probably not going to start the season in the big leagues. I mean, you have better options to be the 4th guy, and you could put Nathan Lucas looks like he can handle a bat and could sit over there for a couple of days and give you a competitive at bat when he does come off in the 8th inning against a tough reliever. So there are better options, but man alive, Jeff, like his age, his speed, the things maybe he could do offensively, hitting in the bottom of the lineup, getting on base, creating havoc with the way he could steal bases, get a little smarter when it comes to doing that. You can just tell he's raw, right? It's the timing of leaving his feet. It's, even when he calls other outfielders off of balls that he should always be catching, like it's just a little bit late, right? So those are things he'll learn. Those are things that good coaching will, teach him how to sort of do it, anticipate it, just sort of have his mental side catch up to his athleticism. But man, that running is fun. Now that's fun, Jeff.
I had no issue with him going to third on that play.
Me neither.
I really didn't. I wanted to see that. Given the situation, and look, you're right. He's a young guy. He's a switch hitter. I mean, I'd rather have that guy down at AAA and knocking on the door than a lot of other guys that we've seen this organization have. So.
Yeah, it's got to get some run, too, Jeff. You got to remember, too, right? They got an older right fielder. Yep. Dalton Varsho comes back, right? I mean, he's a bulldog. He'll run through a wall. It's nice to see, hopefully, that he stays on the field. But if they don't, I think sort of Clase is one of those guys where the way he plays defense, hopefully he can still refine and work on his swing, just getting to his big finish. He's a little man with a big finish. That's kind of nice to watch, too. It's kind of nice to watch. I just like the speed. Like, he could win a game by the way he runs, which is intriguing. It's just all the other things need to try and catch up. And, again, I think that comes with experience. And the more he plays in the minor leagues, the better he'll get. That way, when he comes up, there ain't as much coaching. Right now, there's more coaching than there should be. That's why next year, you don't rush it. You send him back down. You let him try and just figure it out on the fly. And, then when he comes up, he'll be what you want him to be.
Guy and Maple, you're on Blue Jays Talk. Hello, Guy.
Gentlemen, just a comment and a question. Ross Atkins, please, whatever scrap heap you're getting this junk from, these relievers, please, it's closed. The shop is closed. There's no more junk available. Please stop bringing these guys in. These guys are horrendous. My goodness. They've had about 7 or 8 relief pitchers, and I know they don't have any depth, which is their fault also. But Heineman made these guys look like, anyway. It's brutal. Like, some of these guys, like the guests, and I've never seen anything like this bad in my life. But anyhow, just a question, and I'm just curious. Come season end, thank God, on Monday, how important do you think it is that management comes out and lets us know the direction this team's going to be heading as far as, I know Atkins isn't going anywhere, but as far as John Schneider's concerned, because I think it's very important that we know what's happening early and see, what this team is actually going to be doing next year. As a fan, this is the first year I haven't invested one penny into this team. First time I haven't gone to a ball game in my entire life. And it's all based on what they did on last offseason. I knew this team wasn't going to be very good. I didn't think it was going to be this bad. But saying that, how important do you think that is to the players to know the direction, and even the fans who are buying the tickets? So I'll hang up and listen.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the direction, I think they kind of told you that at the trade deadline by what they did. There's no indication that this front office plans on making a change in the manager's chair. I mean, there's no indication. I can't put it any other way. All the discussions towards next year, we're led to believe Ross Atkins, Kevin, has very much been a part of that. So is John Schneider. So that would seem to indicate that they're going to be around next year. And I've said, I have no problem with John Schneider coming back as manager. I for the life of me, I don't know how you can judge a guy who's had to put up with, basically one of the worst bullpens in baseball for 4 months of the regular season. And that's not on him. I don't know if there are people out there that think John Gibbons wouldn't manage this bullpen any differently. John Gibbons might have taken a couple of these dudes out the back and slammed them around a bit, but I don't think he would have managed the bullpen any differently. It's not like John Schneider was looking at a ton of options in every game. Kevin, the direction of this team, again, I don't know what fans expect. I mean, I'll tell you what Ross Atkins and Mark Shapiro are going to say. They're going to apologize. They're going to say that they're to blame. Ross has already said that. He said that at the trade deadline. They're going to understand the fans' anger. They're going to say that it's not good enough. Mark is going to say it's not good enough. It's nice to fix up the ballpark, but winning is the most important thing. They're going to say that. And ultimately, I think they're in a position right now where the only thing they could do to, quote unquote, show fans which direction this team is going is to sign Vladdy. Kevin, I got no sense that's going to happen. I'm sure they're going to tell us that they're going to go out in the winter and try to add more offense and try to address the back end of the bullpen. I'm sure they'll say that. Mark Shapiro has already basically said the bullpen was the main reason that this thing fell apart. And Ross Atkins has also said that, the organization's probably leaned a little too much on run prevention and not enough on offense. But is that a quote-unquote enough for fans? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, does getting rid of a couple of hitting coaches do it for you? It doesn't do it for me. I mean, I'm not saying it wouldn't be warranted, but is that going to make me feel, uber confident going into next year if Spencer Horwitz is a cleanup hitter? Nope. Doesn't matter who the hitting coach is. Kevin, I'll let you chime in here.
Yeah, look, I think, to Guy's point, I think fans need to hear what the direction is, right? I mean, I think maybe they'd like to hear that, it's not good enough and,
but they're going to hear that.
Yeah, I'm sure they will, right? And to the players' point, I don't think the players care. I think most of the players that matter have been here long enough they're in action mode, right? It ain't about what you say, it's about what you do. And I think that's sort of where the players are and the organization's at and the coaches are at, right? I think that's, we've been saying this, right? The deficiency and the talent, just, again, look at it tonight. 2 for 15 runners in scoring position. Like the fastball versus lefties and situational hitting, Jeff, consistently is just not there for a team with this kind of payroll. So, yeah, look, they're going to probably say exactly what you just said they're going to say. And, hopefully for fans, that, is good enough and they come and watch this team play. That's the most important part. If you love baseball, come and watch them, right? That's the beauty of having a team in Canada is that you're very fortunate that you can buy a ticket and go watch them play. And, Vladdy will be here, whether he's, signed to a giant deal or not, at least one more year. So will Bo. That'll be two things you can hang your hat on. You can come and hopefully watch them get off the hot starts and help a team win baseball games at least early. But I'm in action mode. Like I just, again, we're going to listen. We'll break down what they say because that's our job. And, we're here to sell hope, and that's exactly what we're going to try and do. But again, it just gets down to the ultimate thing of it's in action time. Yep. It's about what you do when the bell rings, which is opening day of spring training, that you have better hitters in here and you have a better bullpen in here. And it's just not a better bullpen. It's an 8th and 9th inning, guys. Dudes who get swing and miss. Buck Martinez said it tonight. The division is just too good. You got to get dudes in here who know how to punch a guy out in the 8th inning with a guy in second up a run. They ain't got nobody. They got to get 3 or 4 of them dudes. So, it's less talking and more doing. I think that's where they're at for me anyway.
Yeah, I'm with you. Ross and Mark aren't going to come out and tell you we're going to trade for this guy and trade for that guy. As long as there's no issues with payroll, which nobody seems to think there will be, there should be money to get stuff done. But it's going to get back to this. They're not going to go out and fill all their gaps with free agents. They're going to have to make some trades. That's just the way it is. And ask yourself, you folks see this lineup? Anybody out there that jumps out to you that you'd be willing to trade an established major leaguer for, or in a package? There's some, there's a whole bunch of 24th and 25th guys right now that this organization has. So, yeah, it's I don't think that I don't think there's really much Ross or Mark can say that they haven't already said. I really don't. And I will say this, and we had John on our show today, Kevin, on Blair and Barker. I will say this. It is fundamentally important that Mark and Ross, when they address the media, it's fundamentally important, one, that they're on the same page. And that's it. To me, one, they're on the same page, and two, the one thing I really have to know is what was the thought process behind letting John Schneider spend a large chunk of the season when you were only a game under 500 with a bullpen full of odds and ends? That's what I want to know. What was the thought process there? Who is responsible for that? What were they seeing? What were they being told that made them think that it was going to be fine to go with Chad Green and Trevor Richards and that somehow this was
Brandon
Nate
Little.
Pearson, that somehow this was going to work out? Just tell us what you saw. Tell us why that happened. And for me, at least, that is kind of the missing. That's the missing explanation for me from there. Everything else I understand. Bo had a crappy year. George Springer's getting older. I get that. Vladdy had a slow start. Didn't have much protection in the lineup. He got it going. Justin Turner, Kevin Kiermaier, you blew it with the moves you made getting hitters in here. You just did it. Relvis Martinez flunked his PD test. I get all that with the lineup. Don't like it, but I get it. Philosophically, you went into run prevention. It didn't work out. Okay, I'm fine with that. That has an explanation, at least. What we saw to the bullpen, to me, defies logic. That, to me, is what I need to know.
Especially what other teams are doing. Look at the Tigers, right? These teams are going to get in with 84, 85 wins. This could be the Blue Jays trying to do this if your pen was better. Again, CJ
we talked
Nikowski,
about the Yankees, Kevin. The Yankees have won the East, and they were 26 and 26 in the East.
CJ Nikowski came on our show about the Braves and said the reason why they have a chance to make the playoffs is because their bullpen. I know it's Olsen turning around his season and Chris Sale, but mainly it was the pen. It was shut down for most of the year, and that just goes to show you that you can stay in it. You can make a decent run. You can play meaningful baseball if you hand the ball to the right guys come sixth inning on. And for whatever the reason, the Blue Jays didn't seem to want to do that.
Dave in North Van. What's up, Dave?
Gentlemen, I'm a first-time caller, but based on what you just said, it might seem like we've been working together for years because you have segued into my point so perfectly. And I was listening to your show yesterday, the other day, I can't remember. It was earlier this week, and Jeff, you were kind of talking about questions you would like to ask at the postseason media availability. And you said, I'd like to ask Ross Atkins what you just basically said, right? Why didn't you make a move to improve the bullpen when obviously that was an issue when you suffered injuries in the bullpen? And respectfully, I think you forget how easy the answer to that is, right? Listen to your own show from back in May and June because we were having this exact same discussion. You were having a discussion, and I remember the prevailing sentiment at the time was because there was no one to trade. There was no one to trade back in May and June, and whenever this issue was the critical issue, this was the prevailing discussion on this show, and there was no one to trade. And that, to me, comes back to the front office's failure to to stock the cupboard and have assets worth trading to bring in quality bullpen arms when the time came, let alone have a quality lineup. And, you open their show, Jeff, by saying, take it anywhere you want to take it. To me, it seems appropriate that at the end we take it back to the beginning. And since the trade deadline, it has been fun. And I admit, like you and a lot of callers, it's been fun to talk about this young player and that young player and who's going to part of the piece. And that's been fun. But it should not distract us from what is the critical issue and what was the predominant sentiment for the most of the season, and how this ownership can let this front office take this organization through another off season. I do not know. It seems like that's going to happen, but you just raised it right before I got on the line about why weren't moves made to improve the bullpen at the time, and I think the answer is obvious, that there was no one to trade at the time. I'm going to jump in here, though.
I'm going to jump in here. Take a look around Major League Baseball and look at the waiver claims a lot of contending teams made in season to address bullpen issues. You don't always in season have to go out and make a trade to address your bullpen issues. You really don't. You don't have to make a blockbuster. Getting Adam Simber and Trevor Richards, it didn't cost the Blue Jays. It cost them Rowdy Tellez. Those were crucial moves. They're not blockbuster moves. And, I'm sorry. They claim pitchers on waivers. It's just they weren't any good.
Well, it's not all the more, doesn't that make me all the more right? I mean, if there was another pass and that didn't succeed, then you didn't have moves to make and you weren't able to claim, reclamation projects that worked out. Either way, it didn't work out.
Yeah, it reflects bad. It reflects badly in the front office. Absolutely, I'm not defending them, but I'm just saying that if you roll it back to when Jimmy Garcia got hurt, Jordan Romano gets hurt, that's going to happen. That's going to happen. Closers are going to get hurt. I mean, at that point, the season was still early, and you could probably say, okay, it's awfully hard to go out and make a deal at that stage of the year. And not a lot of teams make trades at that stage of the year. And yes, we can get back to the original argument, too, that it was kind of stupid to think you were going to be able to run back the same bullpen for 3 years in a row, because it just doesn't work out that way. But, you have to do something. You have to bring somebody in who is better than what you have in that situation. You may not be able to bring in Mason Miller. I get that. But you know what? That bullpen was so bad that it was not that hard to find arms that were better than what they had. And I think part of the problem with this organization is they move slowly. They need to run everything past 150 people to get it done. And, I think in some cases with this organization, there's paralysis by analysis. And as I said, if you look at where the way baseball was going, you look at the fact that even by, the end of June, July, we were talking about the start of July, we're saying, hey, there may be a team that makes the postseason with 84, 85 wins the way this thing is going. There's not going to be a 100-win team. We all knew how balanced baseball was, for want of a better word, and maybe they should have been more aggressive then. Maybe you trade a Relvis Martinez before he flunks his PED test. I'm just saying. I'm sure there were moves they could have made, but they hung on to their guys. And Kevin, I mean, that's where I am. They got a $235 million payroll. They're smart people. They should be able to fix the bullpen. They really should. I fail to believe that it was impossible to go out and get better arms than the Brendan Littles and the Ryan Burrs of the world.
Yeah, nothing is an option that's pretty hard to take. I think that's your point, right? I mean, at least if you're going to go down fighting. I think that's the point, right? I mean, it's not going to kill your future if you go out and try to add pieces just to, try and shake it up a little bit and maybe mix up some things and not so much worry about what's already on the 40-man and how you're going to maneuver around that and try and get guys in. Yeah,
they treat everybody in this 40. Yeah, they treat everybody in this 40-man roster like they're gold. And you look at the team. They're the worst team in the American League. They're one of the worst teams in baseball. Let's call it what it is. You look at these guys out there. A lot of these guys. Do you see a lot of gold? I don't see a lot of gold out there. I really don't. Anybody that you absolutely, positively need to have in your organization. I don't see a lot of guys like that. I see some guys that I like more than other guys. I see some guys that I think that can help. But I also see a lot of guys that are just guys. And you're not going to win with just guys in the American League East. Because I got news for you. Everybody in this division is going to be better next year. They just are. Nobody's getting worse. Even if the Yankees don't sign Juan Soto, I guarantee you they're not going to sit in their hands and do nothing.
Nope.
So, I mean, that's where we are. 416-870-0590, star 591, 888-666-0590, 15-5, the Miami Marlins have beaten the Toronto Blue Jays in the first game of this 3-game series to end the 2024 season. Some text, Alex in St. John, New Brunswick. What message does it send to fans that ownership is not going to fire Shapiro and or Atkins at the end of a season like this? I mean, we've talked about this. I think there is a lot of faith in Mark Shapiro when it comes to ownership. And, let's make clear that I really do think the focus this offseason shifts to Mark Shapiro.
Yeah.
It really does, because you got big lifting to do. You got heavy lifting. You got big deals to make.
I think
you got
after
big picture stuff to do.
After the renovations are done, after the complex in Florida's done, I think they may be banking on ownership. At least I would be, that Mark's more involved. Like Mark's, digging in and really thinking about how to make this team better, and relationships with other agents and organizations to try and figure out how to get better players in here, better talent, and can sustain a winner and actually help the superstar that do have. Because now I think we can start talking about Vladdy like a superstar again. And it would be a shame, even if you don't sign him to a big deal, at least try and use him while you got him. And for me to get the fullest, I just bring back that Alex Cora not walking him, because there's a hot Alejandro Kirk on the on-deck circle. Kirk. I mean, just think if that
Cora
was somebody
was still playing for something at that point.
There you go. I mean, it's just, you could close your eyes as a Blue Jays fan and think about just what if there was a guy from the first day of the season.
416-870-0590, star 591, 888-666-0590, 15-5. The Miami Marlins have beaten the Toronto Blue Jays. The Jays are 74-86. 2 more games left, Saturday and Sunday, and then we wrap up the 2024 regular season. We will take a break, come back on the other side, hear from the skipper. It's Blue Jays Talk on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center, a solid neighbor to call upon when you've got a job to do. Your dependable home improvement store that offers the added value of Air Miles reward miles with every purchase of $15 or more. Visit timbermart.ca.
This October on Sportsnet.
Did you see that?
Be here for a brand new season. For rivalries.
Wow.
Be here for superstars. Because once the action starts, here we go. The excitement is here to stay. October 8th, the puck drops here.
Are you ready?
Sportsnet, here for hockey. We're 2 men and a truck. So, you're moving to a new home, and all that's left to do is to call a mover you know you can trust. Well, naturally, you think 2 men and a truck, since you know they have lots of men and lots of trucks. They'll wrap, pack, and move everything you own. With a 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple. For a free in-home estimate, call today. We're 2 men and a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep, because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Beat the rush. Protect your vehicle with Canada's #1 rust protection today. Find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
It's time to celebrate you with the party at the ballpark. On Friday, September 27th, dial up your fall wardrobe with the Blue Jays Fanal Giveaway presented by TD.
They go back-to-back in the bottom of the ninth. How much fun was that? It is loud here at Rogers Center, and 40,000 are chanting his name.
Get ready for good vibes and a chance to win great prizes.
What a weekend for the Blue Jays.
Fan Appreciation Weekend, presented by TD, September 27th, 28th, and 29th. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between pizza, and inflation. First to the plate, with over 2 million sold, it's Fixed Rate Pizza, a hot and fresh extra-large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for Fixed Rate Pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca. Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's Building Centre. Visit timbermart.ca.
Hey, this is Kevin Gosman. You're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
He's aware of it. That's a pretty cool benchmark for any hitter. And it means you play a lot, and it means you're really good at what you do. He's aware of it for sure, and I think hopefully he gets to that point. And it's a nice thing for him to say over the course of a very young but really very, very impressive career already. And I think that he can challenge for that year in and year out. So hopefully he can get it done and smile about that and get the ball. And hopefully he can continue to do it here for a lot of years.
As John Schneider, manager of the Toronto Blue Jays, talking about Vladimir Guerrero Jr., he's got 199 hits. Kevin Barker, he's one away from 200 with 2 games left. And that after a 15-5 loss to the Miami Marlins tonight at the Rogers Center. 200 hits is a big deal.
It is. I like what he said at the end there, that hopefully he can do it here for many, many years to come. I mean, that's pretty cool for a manager to say. I mean, regardless of what you think of John, I mean, it sounds like at least they've had conversations and, maybe they're trying to get something done. It would be nice. Just where he started the season, up until June, he wasn't a very good hitter. After June, he's top 5 hitter in baseball. I mean, that I tell you, look, most of his numbers all happened from June till now. Yeah. Like, that's pretty impressive. So, yeah, I mean, hopefully this is a stepping stone. He can continue to do this. I said this. He's a Pujols, 330 and 100 year after year after year. He had a couple of hiccups trying to learn. Now it seems like mechanically and timing and just, what he don't have to swing at to do damage on, using the entire field, the way he hits breaking balls. I mean, there you go.
Yeah, I think we are very much on the same page with Vladdy Jr. So he will continue the pursuit. 200 hits. He's got 2 more games to do it tomorrow and Sunday. A reminder that after Sunday's game, Barker and Blair will be along for a 1-hour post-game show, radio only. We'll put a bow on the 2024 season, maybe look ahead to 2025, and maybe hear from you, our listeners, our callers, our texters, as to what you need to hear, not what you expect to hear, what you need to hear from the Blue Jays Brain Trust over these next 3 or 4 days. So, 15-5, the Miami Marlins put the boots to the Blue Jays. 2 more games left in the regular season. Thank you for listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Elmsdale and Port Dufferin, Nova Scotia. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at crown.com. Canada's #1 rust protection.
Has been Major League Baseball play-by-play on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
Why do I love calling this game?
Calling this game?
Calling this game?
Calling this game?
Why do I love calling this game? It's because I get a chance to bring some joy into people's lives.
Anything can happen on a baseball field.
We've got a new game! It's perfectly unscripted theater.
Everybody on their feet! Because you never know what you're going to see on a given day.
It is bedlam at the bank as Bryce Harper has put the Phillies on top.
There's just something about baseball on the radio.
Something about the way wood hits leather.
A swing and a drive to deep left center.
The way leather hits dirt.
And he made the play. Oh, my.
The way a deep fly ball sounds like it's about to change history.
High fly ball to center field. It's hit pretty well toward the wall. Until the cleats hit the grass, hit the crushed brick, and then nothing but sky and a silent crowd.
That ball's high.
Until leather hits leather and 40,000 fans lose their collective minds.
In a perfect symphony of chaos.
He jumped up on top of the wall, balanced himself, and caught it.
The way nothing triumphs a perfectly honest call.
I don't believe what I just saw.
And the way the right voice can make a moment live forever.
Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Outsiders may think this is just two teams.
The ball, a bat, and a microphone. But no.
For over 100 years, this has been the soundtrack of the American pastime.
He struck it out looking. It's over. It's over. The Rangers have won the World Series.
The soundtrack of summer. This is Major League Baseball on the radio.
Right now on SiriusXM.
All rise.
Coming in 5.
Get ready to play. 4.
Get up. Get up.
3.
Can you believe it?
Put your seatbelt on.
Wow. Talk about the game and all the stories on MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM 89, and the SiriusXM app.
76 on Internet 849, White Sox on Internet 845. 6:45 p.m., Washington Nationals take on the Philadelphia Phillies. Nationals on Sirius 210, XM 177 and Internet 869. Phillies on Internet 860. 7:05 p.m. New York Yankees face the Pittsburgh Pirates. Yankees on Sirius 211, XM 178 and Internet 858. Pirates on Internet 861. 7:07 p.m. Toronto Blue Jays take on the Miami Marlins. Blue Jays on Sirius 106, XM 179 and Internet 868. Marlins on Internet 854. 7:10 p.m. Boston Red Sox face the Tampa Bay Rays. Red Sox on Sirius 119, XM 180 and Internet 843. Rays on Internet 866. 7:10 p.m. Cleveland Guardians take on the Houston Astros. Guardians on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 847. Astros on Internet 850. 7:20 p.m. Atlanta Braves take on the Kansas City Royals. Braves on Sirius 138, XM 181 and Internet 841. Royals on Internet 851. 8:10 p.m. Minnesota Twins face the Baltimore Orioles. Twins on Sirius 139, XM 182 and Internet 856. Orioles on Internet 842.
MLB Network Radio is your home for 24/7 baseball talk, featuring on-site coverage of every major event from spring training through the World Series and expert analysis from former general managers and players. SiriusXM Channel 89.
Atlanta Braves relief pitcher John Brebbia was on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio on Channel 89 to talk about how remarkable Raisel Iglesias is and how the team has been leaning on their elite closer during their postseason push.
I've been so fortunate to see him not just this year, but also with the Reds. When I was with the Cardinals, we played the Reds back with the old schedule when it was what was it, 6 times a year? So I feel like I've seen him throw, unfortunately, against the team